another big company of Uzbekistan. This is also already got rating, and they are they are working on Eurobond. Maybe we'll go for IPO of Al Malik copper mining company too. For you and for our investors, for example, some data. By 2023, we are going to introduce IPO of 10 big companies. By 2025, 20 big companies of Uzbekistan. And also, we are moving on privatization of banks. Now, today, we will sign agreement on selling 75% of stake of Ipoteka Bank, state-owned bank. Just a small history how we are going with privatization of this bank. First of all, we established work or cooperation with IFC. IFC is working with us, and IFC is, how to say, presenting us to potential investors. And after that, Hungarian OTP Bank come to Uzbekistan, and today we will sign one document, and in maybe, let's say, it's a maximum, in 2 months we will complete the deal. So in banking sector, we are going to on same way, transformation, preparation, and next is privatization. Talking about banking sector, Ryan, sorry, I speak a lot. Now all state-owned banks have independent members of board, 2, 3 people, many of them here. So this is also good for privatization, because we don't need 10 state-owned banks. We don't need. This is about banking sector, and the way what we use for privatization of Ipoteka Bank, we are going to use for privatization of Sanoat Kurulush Bank, Promstroy Bank. Just recently, we signed 75 million convertible loan of IFC to this bank, and hopefully ADB and EBRD also will do same by 50 million each. Hopefully very soon. They are hearing me. This will go in the same way. When privatization is one of the milestone of policy of our president. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. I'd love to get your thoughts on what you just heard there, and also specifically perhaps on privatizing the state-owned banks. I know that the IFIs, the World Bank, IFC, as the Deputy Prime Minister there mentioned, playing a big role in that. Are the banks ready?
Thank you very much, Ryan. And it's fascinating to listen to everybody on this panel. I want to thank everyone. So when we look at the next generation of reforms, I think it's important to keep in mind the 2 very overarching goals that the government has set for Uzbekistan. One is to have poverty by 2026, and the other one is to become an upper middle income country by 2030. There are 2 areas that we think are work in progress that need to be part of the solution in terms of the reforms to pursue next. One is that the economy needs to continue to diversify. It's still today quite dependent on agriculture. So within agriculture, there can be diversification, but also the service sector could be larger. It's relatively small. The other one is around job creation. There have been an increase in jobs in the last few years for sure, but the unemployment rate is still quite high at about 10.5%. So we are just now finishing 2 reports that look at overarching binding constraints to these overarching goals. One is the country economic memorandum that we will be putting out shortly, which looks at Uzbekistan's progress progress with transition, and it also compares to other countries that have gone through transition. And the other one is the systematic country diagnostic that also looks at the focus areas for the transition to be successful. So what can Uzbekistan do next? And I'll come to also the question around SOEs and state-owned banks. We see 4 important areas to focus for the next generation of reforms. First one has been talked about here a lot, which is to increase the role of the private sector. Here we see that the private sector needs to have access to enabling measurements to be able to be successful. There are 2 particular areas that we would like to work very closely with the government to provide more access by the private sector to, and that's land and its capital. Very important ingredients. The other one is to continue and accelerate the reform and restructuring of the state-owned enterprises, including state-owned banks. Here, the corporate governance measurements are very important, and Deputy Prime Minister mentioned some of the progress that's been made already, putting in place supervisory boards. So this is something to watch. We have seen across the region, and something we're monitoring very carefully, the level of non-performing loans here in Uzbekistan. They're still quite low, but that's something to watch, because when you look at the sustainability of the state-owned banks and the role for restructuring them, you want to look at the financial resilience and the financial stability. The second area is the role of the state, really, and this is something that also keeps coming up. Here we see a lot of opportunities for the role of the state to go from doer to enabler. So this is about having good regulations, again, making room for level playing fields between the public and the private, but also among the private. And thirdly, I was very interested in hearing the emphasis on human development. There has been increased spending on education, health, social sectors. What we find very interesting is that businesses say one of the main binding constraints to growth, job creation, and innovation is actually human capital constraints. So this is hugely important for Uzbekistan going forward. And finally, an area that's also very close to my heart is the natural resource endowment of this country. So here we hear a lot about opportunities for the growth to be more inclusive, but also more resilient and green. And we see a lot of opportunity already launching the renewable energy ambition. There's a goal of 25% of renewable energy in the mix. We think that's great. But there's also other areas to take advantage of technology, but also natural resource management more broadly when it comes to pollution, air quality, and water management. So those are the overarching areas we see for the next generation. And clearly, state-owned banks, state-owned enterprise reform is in the middle of it. I do appreciate it takes time. It has to be a thoughtful process. And there's a lot of experience from other countries that I know Uzbekistan is looking at to draw from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to remind everyone that this is an inclusive conversation. So we would like to come to the floor soon for questions. So please identify yourself if you would like to ask a question. Raise your hand so that we can get a microphone to you. While you're doing that, I'll ask another question, but please, we'd love to see some involvement. If you're online, send us questions through the chat box on the platform. And while you're thinking about your questions and we're getting microphones to you, 2 quick things. One, I should point out that we've been talking about privatization a lot, and there's actually going to be a panel discussion tomorrow at 10 a.m., a deep dive on privatization with the head of the State Asset Management Agency. That's at 10 a.m. time. I think it's here in Hall 1, if I'm not mistaken, so keep that in mind. And 2, Jim, while they're raising their hands, because I know everyone's racing to do that, I want to talk about investment very briefly. So you came up with the concept of BRICS, then Next 11, the next major emerging markets after the BRICS, including Indonesia, Mexico, Turkey, a country very close to Uzbekistan. What does it take for a country like Uzbekistan to graduate into that top tier of emerging markets?
Can we spend the rest of the day?
You got 60 seconds.
Okay. This is 20 years in another month since the BRIC acronym. So it's very interesting for me to reflect. It's hard to answer your question. I could answer it in 15 seconds. It's hard. The only one of the 4 BRIC countries that has done better than we said is China. India's got close. Brazil and Russia have been a significant disappointment, particularly in the second decade. Of the next largest populated countries, mixed bag. Turkey hasn't really got where its potential suggests it could. has very powerful labor dynamics, as do some of the others. 3 other quick comments, given you only 60 seconds. It is interesting, given where
You can have more time.
Okay. Given where Uzbekistan is located, what is really interesting when I think about this from 40,000 feet, most of the countries in my lifetime that have succeeded significantly on development are in North Asia. Not all of them, but most of them. And Uzbekistan is quite close to them, or closer than most. The second thing is, it's actually easier if you focus on GDP per capita than size, because then you think more about your people. And actually, in any case, thinking about the BRICS and others, I think as you have more people, and the World Bank and the Fund would know that, it's more hard to do it. The only countries that have really succeeded in my lifetime in getting to the wealth of a wealthy European country is South Korea, probably the single most interesting country in the world on economic development since I was born, and increasingly a number of Eastern European countries. That's it. And so I wouldn't focus on necessarily being in the headline of, an acronym, but I think there are really, and I'll talk about this a bit later over lunch actually, I think there were 4 things. I loved hearing that about education. I would actually slightly disagree with some of the mood here about public debt. As has been demonstrated by this pandemic, it's what you spend the money on. If all of that rise in debt is about education, I'd say, well done. And if it was about health and education, ignore the IMF. Because the IMF is in the process of changing its mind about what is the optimal level of spending in debt. Because this crisis has shown actually conventional thinking, as it often is on economics, actually it's a social science. And this has just demonstrated a lot of that belief. It's kind of, if the UK and the US would have spent more properly on true health preventiveness, guess what? And then the 2 other things, and very quickly, linked to South Korea. Use of technology, not innovating technology, but making sure all your people have got access to use them. And then with it, the strength and the reliability and the credibility of the institutions. That's all. Easy. No
Ron.
pressure.
Yeah. No, if I may,
Should we ignore the IMF?
No, I mean when we think about the public debt and debt sustainability, I mean debt is still low in Uzbekistan. I mean the public debt ratio at 40%. I mean we regularly do a debt sustainability analysis. The risk to debt sustainability in Uzbekistan are very low, not in the least because the government has substantial buffers. There's a very strong central bank with a large amount of foreign exchange reserves, but also mainly because of the sound fiscal policy. And yes, fiscal policy has been expansionary, has been supportive in response to the pandemic for the last 2 years, as it should be, as indeed also the IMF has been advocating, support lives and livelihoods. I mean, this is what has been happening across the world, and also what has been happening in Uzbekistan, and which also had the effect that Uzbekistan did record positive growth in 2020 as one of the few countries in the world, and is seeing a very strong rebound this year. But it's more that looking ahead, that it's crucial for Uzbekistan to maintain sound monetary and especially sound fiscal policies, which the government is committed to do. We are currently in the discussions about the budget for 2022, and provided that the pandemic passes, gets behind us, the government has the intention to gradually start with fiscal consolidation and to put the trend in public debt around again and put it on a downward path. And if you compare Uzbekistan with other emerging economies, and if you look at the success that Uzbekistan has had recently in tapping international financial markets, the interest rates that Uzbekistan has been able to realize are very good, which again is a reflection of the very strong economic fundamentals that Uzbekistan has achieved, has built in these last couple of years when it started with reforms. But again, looking ahead, as has been part of the discussion here, now it's to make sure that we get this very strong private sector response, get a private sector-led economic growth to achieve those goals of reaching $3,000 per capita GDP by 2030, which is possible. I mean, it requires a growth rate of about between 5 and 6% a year, which Uzbekistan has been realizing over the last couple of years, with the exception of 2020. So accelerating these reforms, continuing with the reforms, I mean, that is what now needs to happen. One quick comment on privatization. I mean, there's a large universe of state-owned enterprises. And for some, I agree with Eric, so you need to prepare well, see how the governance in these companies can improve, how they can be transformed to prepare them for privatization. Other ones, I mean, you can probably sell more quickly. Just do auctions, get rid of them, especially the smaller ones, get them in hands of the private sector, and get the state out of the economy. But I think to realize that private sector-led growth, I think even more important than privatization is increasing competition, opening up markets. Most of the growth in employment will need to come from small and medium-sized enterprises. That is where the job creation is going to be. And so opening up markets, enhancing competition, ensuring strict adherence to the rule of law, good governance, that is what we also understand is what is going to be the key focus for the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chen, I want to come to you in a moment because we have a question from the audience, our online audience. But before that, I see Anna has a comment.
Thank you. I just wanted to compliment Ron a little bit on debt. And the World Bank and IMF do annually undertake a debt sustainability assessment. And we recently have also done one for Uzbekistan, and we do find that overall debt is sustainable. I think it's important to see that it has indeed increased, but it is important to also note, as Jim said, why has it increased? It has increased in response to the pandemic, but it also has increased because this country has undergone a transformation in the last few years, and there's spending associated to those reforms, whether they're economic or social. So I think not all debt is bad. It's important to see whether the debt is generating benefits to the country. Now, another point I wanted to mention is, and these are conversations that we have been having with the authorities, and we're also seeing a lot of work in this in the Ministry of Finance, is the importance of debt management and debt transparency. So now all public debt transactions are actually disclosed in Uzbekistan, which is very good because it gives the full transparency of the debt. And also the debt ceiling that Mr. Kuchkarov mentioned is important because it's helping prioritize the public expenditures and where to actually mobilize the debt and what for. So I wanted to add to that because I think every country is looking at increased levels of debt right now, and it's important to see the quality of the debt that you're raising and what for.
Thank you very much. A question from the audience. Everyone's also talking about climate change right now, green economy. Mr. Chen, where does, as the ADB looks at things, where does Uzbekistan fit into that conversation?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Uzbekistan is with the goal of the green growth. I think this is the strategy there. Climate change actually is the daunting task in the future in terms of aligning with the Paris Agreement. But here I just want to make the point that climate change actually, before we talking about if we move to the development model of the climate change, maybe cause some reduce of the GDP growth. So this is some argument before. But now, according to analysis, and the ADB also has done a lot of study on it. We found that investment in the climate financing, the job generation could be somehow 2.8 or 3 times than you invited in fossil fuel or in those areas. So this is very, very much important, talking about support the green growth. Yeah, so it's not something like, okay, some developing members worry about. We work on that direction, maybe cause some reduce of the job opportunity. But actually, it's going to be enhance the job opportunity. So we need to realize this. For that, I think ADB is closely work with Uzbekistan. We are exploring what's the exact way we are going to work on the climate change, work on the renewable energy, work on the energy efficiency, then that will also support the growth. So this is the point I think quite critical. Thank you.
Mr. Guiliano.
Thank you. I also would like to talk about the energy sector, which is also shows how the reforms are going on. And what we had 5 years ago is that the energy sector was totally owned by the government, and in all areas. And what is now? Over the last 2 years, first, the government opened the access to the generation to the private sector. And if you look at over the last 2 years, how the new electricity generation stations are coming, we see that 90% of them are private. So the private sector came to the generation. At the same time, 2/3 of that are renewables. So thanks to ADB, World Bank, and EBRD, European Bank for Development, that are supporting these deals, that the private sector, that mainly big private companies, foreign private companies, are coming to the generation. And why it is? Because Uzbekistan needs energy. We are talking about the green economy, but we need to understand that if we, as we want to increase the GDP, then we increase demand for the electricity as well, at least twice. And but it should be green. So one point, it should be green. Second is that where we want to reduce the consumption of electricity per GDP. And how we do that? We work with the World Bank, with the IDA, International Development Associations, and we have three big credit lines on increasing the industrial energy effectiveness, which means that we have special credit lines to the enterprises, and they substitute their old solid-style equipment with the modern, energy-efficient, and smart equipment. And that's, we see already in chemical sector, for example, how it's improving. And third, which is also very important, we work with the reform of the energy sector as well. So we divided this big energy company, government energy company, into 3 parts. So generation now, it's mainly the private sector. As Mr. Kuchkarov told, we are talking about privatizing the existing power stations. And also we are reforming now the transmission line and distribution line. So that's only one example how we build the green economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chairman. I'd like to give you an opportunity to talk about green climate, but also, you know, we heard the mention of renewables there. I guess part of that is obviously in Uzbekistan, solar power, 200 days of sun. Many of the people in the room want to know, you know, that those same 200 days of solar power also mean really good grapes and really good wine. So the question to you is, it's a little bit of a joke, but interesting nonetheless, when's an Uzbek Pinot Noir going to be more expensive than yours?
That is, one can, if one wants to enter the wine area, it's not only climate which is important, it's the type of land which is important. And so we haven't yet, but we probably will, made a survey of all of Uzbekistan, and I'm sure that we'll be able to find a few hectares, a few acres, which actually are perfect for growing growing wine, and then once we've found the right land, then we'll have to adapt the type of grapes, in fact, to it, and then make a Pinot Noir, or even better, a Cabernet Sauvignon, which will be highly drinkable. But already I can say that I have drunk quite a few now Uzbek wines, and I am absolutely surprised by their quality, and they are really very, very drinkable.
Deputy Prime Minister, what do you say to that? Uzbek wine gets the mark of approval from Rothschild, and he also confessed he'd had several bottles. Nice confession from the Vice Chairman there. In all seriousness, please respond to that, but I want to turn the corner a little bit and talk about a more serious subject, and the subject of inclusive growth, right? Because it strikes me as pretty extraordinary that this country has identified reducing poverty, improving living standards as a goal, and so publicly proclaimed it. I can't think of many countries that actually have the words poverty reduction included in the name of their Ministry of Economy. So talk to me a little bit about what you want to achieve and where that fits into everything we've been talking here about. Euro bonds, privatization, green climate. Where does this human capital, inclusive growth fit into this whole economic conversation we're having here?
Thank you, Ryan. Up to 2020, in Uzbekistan, we don't use words poor people. In his speech to the Parliament and Nation in early 2020, leader of the country, it's the first time in our history, said about poverty and announced that about around 12 to 15% of nation, and he set as a target, main target of our activities to reduce poverty. From this point, we changed the name of Minister of Economy, and if you read it, it sounds Minister of Economic Development and Poverty Reduction. So I would transform that as poverty reduction through economic development. So that is very logic. And all of our targets regarding to GDP per capita, Mr. O'Neill also mentioned about that, is direct way how to reduce poverty. Ryan, many people in this auditory know that Uzbeks are a very young nation, and almost little bit less than 40% of the population under age of 20. This is a huge potential for demographic dividend. That's why Mr. Gulam also mentioned about activities on education. So our government thinks that one first way to reduce poverty is education. Anna said about skills. Lack of skills is one of the main problem of business. I agree with that. Skills is very important. In general, fundamentally, skills or educational level of Uzbekistan citizens are okay. But certain skills, especially for youth and women, are very important. Their improvement of their skills, education, In first years of economic reforms, we try to teach women and youth, usually for very simple professions. In one meeting in Kashkadaria, as I remember, in the meeting, one woman raised hand and said, "Why you are always talking as a main profession for women, sewing, cooking, or not? Why not about computing? Why not about designing?" It was after that we tried to change the approach. So to reduce poverty, first is education, second health, and third is a good business environment. In order to create conditions for every person who has some entrepreneurship skills or motivation, he can do business. From this point, Ryan, for example, in order to accelerate business interests of population, especially in rural area, beginning 2018 to up to this days, we provide around to 8% of households so-called family entrepreneurship loans, microfinancing, just a little bit more than $3,000. So this helped us. It's helping. Maybe not very effective as we wanted, but basically we are satisfied with that. I can give. Let me take my paper. I will give you one statistical data. Number of SMEs grew by around 480,000, or doubled in the last 5 years. So 6-7% of people is working for this company. Here is the chairman of our Chamber of Commerce. He always speaking about that, in where it's increasing, where decreasing. So this, Ryan, we can talk a lot about how to reduce poverty, but I think this three main direction is much important task for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
I think on education, if I can talk from, I would say, the experience actually we've had in France, etc., in the old days and in new days, I think there's one thing in the development of education where one must be extremely active in, is making absolutely sure that you're creating an educational force, that you're creating teachers who really have the energy and the capability of teaching well. And not only of teaching well, but of being very aware that one of their jobs is finding within the people they are teaching those who have got potential. And therefore choosing, and I heard that has been created these presidential schools and presidential universities, but the thing is to be able to find in the whole spectrum of the country, the young people who have really potential. And that the teachers have got to be taught to do that, and that it's one of their jobs to do that. And I think for the future of the country, both of its inclusiveness and approach of that sort is extremely important.
Anna, what do you make of the government's ambition?
So there's growth and there's inclusive growth. And it is much harder to get inclusive growth than growth. And we know that. I have actually been traveling a lot since May, and I was recently in a country where the growth numbers are incredible. They're 6, 7, 8% per year, but the unemployment level is not going down. So there's growth, but there's no dent on unemployment. And this is concerning. So there's many things that need to be done. Some of them are longer term, some of them are shorter term. In the longer term, the types of structural reforms we have been talking about here is exactly what's needed. Investment in the human development side is very important. This country has so many young people, and that's the engine for growth for the future. So equipping the young people with skills and capabilities is very important. The second thing is to focus on what Ron was saying, the private sector competition, and making sure that there's capital to spur the growth of these smaller enterprises that also create the jobs and do the training. And we have some experience from around the world where matching programs between, let's say, youth employment programs and technology, private sector, the role of entrepreneurship programs, innovation programs can make a big difference. In the shorter term, there needs to be targeted measures. So one experience we have here in Uzbekistan that's been helpful is the Rural Enterprise Program that we have helped finance. And if you look at some of the job creation there, it's been quite astonishing. Big numbers of jobs created, and particularly jobs for women. So I think you have to take a long-term view, and you also have to do some shorter-term measures. There's also some labor programs and social programs that we can do right away to also help public works program and so forth. But inclusive growth is more difficult than growth. We know that, and therefore it needs to really have a much more concerted effort. The other thing, just on GDP per capita, that's also interesting. We see some countries, again, that you think they will have higher GDP per growth than they have. And here one of the issues that we often deal with is lagging regions and disparities within countries. So you can have the one side of the country have much higher GDP per capita than the other side. So then we also have to see what is the role of looking at targeted interventions for lagging regions. And that's something that we also focus very, very much on. Thank you.
That last comment of Anna's is rather true in the country where I live, the United Kingdom. But it takes me to the point why I wanted to intervene. It is really superficially, because I'm on my debut here, to see a government that is so vocally focused on inclusive growth and poverty reduction is of the time. Again, in terms of questioning some aspects of the world that I've professionally lived through, actually, as important as private sector driven growth is obviously central, actually, the reason why we have so many social dilemmas in the most advanced democracies is because it has not been inclusive. And with it, and a huge global issue, in my opinion, again, for the fund to think more carefully about, in the context of what is the right level of debt, there has been a dearth of private sector investments in many of the most advanced economies. And if we would have had more state investment that could have resulted in more debt, that was more inclusive, we might not have had the social challenges that so many of these places find today, including my own country. And in that context, I really hope that the President and his team and the policymakers are really, truly serious about inclusive growth and think about privatization in the context of inclusive growth.
So we've only got a few, oh, please, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, talking about growth, I'd like to make a couple of points. First of all, echo Mr. Chikorov mentioned about the entrepreneurship. I think that's extremely important. Based on the country experiences, like my country, you know, when the debt is high, public investment, you add more, it's extremely difficult. private sector promotion also reached to some stage. But the entrepreneurship encourage everyone. You have skills, you have experiences, you graduate from a university, you just do your business entrepreneur. And for instance, if each one can open the 20-person firm, then you can see generally how much the jobs there. So this is the one key point I have to echo. Second is capital market. Yeah, capital market is extremely important. It's not only okay, you just introduce a new way of enterprises can get the financial resources. It's actually also support the governance. So for instance, in China, nowadays 4,000 enterprises listed in the capital market, and more than 1,000, roughly about 30%, comes from the SOEs. Then they just listed in the capital market, and with the standard accounting system, with the good transparency, that's extremely helpful. Yeah. Another point I like to make is digitalization. Asia is the largest area of the B2C, of the wholesale digital things. So huge kind of businesses there. So if you take into consideration of growth, I think this is also somewhere Uzbekistan, you are working on that, maybe further getting enhanced to support the growth. So let me stop here. Thank you.
Please, Ron.
Yeah, if I may add something to the discussion on inclusive growth, and I think I want to echo what the Deputy Prime Minister was saying. And it needs to come from economic development to also have the inclusive growth of that. And to have inclusive growth, you need jobs most of all. If we look at what is happening at the moment, you see a large number of Uzbeks are actually working abroad, are seeking jobs abroad because there they can find work, good incomes, and for the Uzbek economy it's also positive because they send money back in terms of remittance. But what ultimately you want to achieve is actually that these people who are now going abroad will have job opportunities and attractive job opportunities at home. And again, to improve the business environment and especially to open competition and allowing the development of particularly of small and medium-sized enterprises, that many of these workers who are now working abroad actually think, okay, we're going to go home. I start my own construction company, I start a restaurant, I start a little shop, anything. That is where inclusive growth comes from small and medium enterprises, and that requires this second generation of reforms.
Thank you. I'm going to give you the last word because here in Uzbekistan, as I'm sure you know, one of the topics that they hold take quite seriously, arguably even more seriously than many of the economics themes we've been discussing here, is football and Manchester United. Sorry, I have to do this, but it's an open secret that Mr. O'Neill's a huge Man U fan, and once upon a time may have even tried with a group of other investors to purchase Manchester United. At least that was what the rumor mill said. So how blown away were you? How surprised were you by Ronaldo's return to Man U? And does this mean that Man U is going to win the Premier League?
So it is extraordinary, and it is more important than anything else, that's for sure. I am truly shocked. I've travelled in many places for a long time. Because I am from Manchester, for anywhere I go where somebody can speak some English, as soon as I would say Manchester, the only place I can often think where there wouldn't be a response of, Manchester United would have been Japan, because even though quite a few people do, the cab drivers never speak to you or can understand English, so they never say Manchester United. But what was remarkable here is literally anyone that I got into discourse with, all of them that did not know who I don't think who I was, every single person said they were a Manchester United fan. It was, congratulations, Uzbekistan. The two things I would say slightly, as always, there's two ways of looking at everything. Slightly irritating, however, that's why the current owners of Manchester United desist in ever thinking of not owning them because it's such a huge global following, which is c'est la vie. And with it, we've been doing very well recently. So I am very impressed how loyal this support is as well. It's very impressive. Like my own. The results don't matter.
Well, and Uzbekistan's national football team, I should add, is pretty darn good as well. On that note, please join me in thanking our panelists today. I hope you found this discussion interesting, open, and hope that the following discussions will be just as open as this was. And so thank you very much and for listening in, and please join me in thanking our panelists for participating in this conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to 15 minutes break.
Tanaffusdan so'ng shu zalda iqtisodiy o'sish omillarini yaratish, eski va yangi qiyinchiliklar bilan dadil yuzlashish mavzusidagi sessiya bo'lib o'tadi. Dear all, we would like to inform you that after the break in this hall, there will be conducted session on topic maintaining macroeconomic stability, impact of COVID on economic reforms. Thank you.
5, 6. С. 5, 6. Пять, шесть.
Раз. Miss Webke Schlemmer,
Dear guests.
Cassandra Colbert, where are you?
Сюда не идет, да, голос походу?
Пять, шесть, семь. 5, 6. 5, 6, 7. 5, 6.
Dear guests, please take your space at the photo zone according to the numbers you were given, please.
Алло. Нас слышно? Проверь, он идет. Алло. Пусть поговорит.
Oh, you hear me?
I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Excellent.
Hi, Eric. Yeah, we can hear you, and you will be see the audience. I think maybe not on this platform. Oh, yeah, we see on the big screen now. Do you see the picture now? On the big stage?
I do now.
Okay.
Yeah, that will be important.
We'll do a small, quick test now. Okay. We want hello, hello, hello. Hi, Eric. Can you hear me?
Hello, good morning,
Okay.
good afternoon to all.
Okay. We can hear you and it's working well. So,
I get more echo than yesterday.
pardon?
I get more echo
Okay.
than yesterday.
Can you say it again?
I'm getting a lot of feedback, echo. I'm hearing myself after a couple of seconds. Still, the echo is there. Yes, let's try to see if the echo disappears. No, it's still there. Okay, trying again. Now I cannot hear an echo, so now it sounds very good.
Great.
So yeah, no, I think that now the sound from my side at least is good. I'll just let you know via WhatsApp, I guess, if I have an issue listening to the panelists.
Okay. Just a second, I'm going to test the mics. Hi, Eric. Can you hear me? Hi, Eric. Hello. Hello, Eric. Can you hear me? Hello. Just a second, please.
Sure, I can wait.
Hello, Eric. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. What about this microphone? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Good.
Aziz mehmonlar, sessiyaning boshlanishiga juda kam fursat qoldi. Iltimos, joylaringizni egallang. Dear guests, few minutes left until the start of the session. Please take your seats. Aziz mehmonlar, iltimos o'z joylaringizni egallang. Dear guests, please take your seats. Aziz mehmonlar, iltimos o'z joylaringizni egallang. Dear guests, please take your seats. The session will start in few minutes. Azizlar, iqtisodiy o'sish omillarni yaratish, eski va yangi qiyinchiliklar bilan dadil yuzlashish mavzusidagi panel sessiyasiga xush kelibsiz. Dear all, welcome to panel session on topic Maintaining Macroeconomic Stability, Impact of COVID on Economic Reforms. Iqtisodiy o'sish omillarini yaratish, eski va yangi qiyinchiliklar bilan dadil yuzlashish mavzusidagi sessiyani ochiq deb e'lon qilamiz. Welcome to panel session on topic Maintaining Macroeconomic Stability, Impact of COVID on Economic Reforms.
Everyone, if you would be so kind as to take your seats, please sit down. You have 10 seconds before I get angry. Everyone, please sit down, take your seats, because we would like to begin this session. 9, 8, 4. Everyone, if you would be so kind as to sit down, we would be most grateful. Thank you very much. We got a great discussion ahead of us on the macroeconomic situation and the road ahead, and so it would be fantastic if we could get started.
Ijozatingiz bilan panel sessiya ma'ruzachilarini sahnaga taklif etamiz. We kindly invite panel session speakers to the stage. Mazkur sessiyani boshlash uchun so'z navbatini
Floor is given to the moderator, Charlotte Khan, please.
Session would kindly give the floor to the moderator of the session, Charlotte Khan.
Thank you. So welcome everyone here and online. It's very nice to be here in a room full of people, comforting in fact, full of people ready to get on with business. I'm delighted to be moderating a discussion on building momentum for growth, confronting old and new challenges. It's a fascinating topic on past and future accomplishments and a realistic look, hopefully, at the hurdles and opportunities ahead. On my first visit to Uzbekistan, I feel very privileged to discover a country full of rich and glorious history and culture. And I feel that I and you are also making history here today by taking part in the first economic forum of this kind ever to be organized by the country. And I would like to thank the organizers for working very hard to make sure that this is happening. And I'm sure my panel of distinguished experts share my excitement today. I am joined by Mr. Ilham Norkulov, First Deputy Minister of Economic Development and Poverty Reduction. And the word poverty matters. We'll talk about it later on during this discussion. We're also joined by Ron van Roden, Mission Chief for Uzbekistan at IMF, Eric Livni, Regional Lead Economist, Central Asia at EBRD, and a very, very warm welcome to you to Uzbekistan. We'll discuss it later as well. Sandeep Mahajan is with us today. He's practice manager in the macroeconomic, trade and investment global practice for the ECA region at the World Bank. Martin Bloom is economist and ESG ambassador at Raiffeisen Bank International. And finally, joining us online from London is Eric Arispe, sovereign analyst at Fitch Ratings. But before we start our discussion, a little bit of housekeeping. We'll have enough time, hopefully, after the session to address some of the questions you may have. I also encourage our online audience to send us their queries of questions if they want to further the debate. Thanks, everyone, and let's get this conversation started. So, first, Deputy Minister, I'd like to start with you and take a very brief look at the past, because we've already mentioned some of the reforms of the past 5 years in the previous panel. So, tell us about the state of play today.
Okay. Basically, we have touched upon the main reforms and the key results in the first stage, and I'm not going to stop on that reforms. So, what we can do is that we can basically name this reform as an area of removing the distortions in the economy that were accumulated by years and years. And as many economists in the previous panel, they formulated, now we are staying at the beginning of the next generation of the reforms, which is very important. And we have a very kind of ambitious goals in front of us. And so many of the economists, they already said that you know, the 5 or 6%, and we are also aiming to achieve like around 7% annual growth for the next 5 years, and go to the group of the upper group of the middle income countries by 2030. And so what we can do is that you know, to carry on with the reforms, and there are several reforms that I already mentioned today. And the first thing is that transitioning to green growth, and green growth is not something like that we are going to sound trendy, but it's a necessity of today, and it answers too many questions that the economy face today. The first thing is that increasing the productivity. The second thing, providing the energy sufficiency, and the next thing is that energy efficiency is also important. And these are the problems we can solve out through transitioning to green growth model. The next thing is that we are also touch upon, together with the macroeconomic stability and growth, is food security and inflation level. So the population is increasing, and we are also having a stable level of the income growth, and that requires increasing the supply, especially food supply in the economy. And from the demand side, we are seeing a stable growth in the demand. And also from the other side, we have a limited resource of the land and the water resource. So this also requires from us a green approach. So we are staying at this position, and what we can do is that we can learn and we can derive some lessons from the pandemic, and we can design the next stage of the reforms. And most of them, they were discussed in detail. So the green growth and investing in human capital. So Mr. Kuchkarov, Deputy Prime Minister, used the word demographic dividend. This is very important because we have very good potential to increase the demographic dividend. 55% of the population are young people, and investing in human capital will be a key factor to increase GDP in a simple way. We have a very good potential there. Digitalization, implementing the innovative technologies, agriculture sector, they will be the key areas of the reforms. And the next thing is that land reforms, I mean the non-urban and agricultural land reforms, this is also something that we are going to work in the second stage of the reforms, or the next generation of the reforms. We can name several this kind of reforms, but they sound good, but when you go deep inside, it requires a lot of knowledge, a lot of work. And here, partnership makes the importance. And so if we look behind, from the beginning of the reforms, as it was mentioned by Deputy Prime Minister, we started to work closely with international partners. That was very important, not only attracting the financial resource, but also importing the best knowledge. These institutions, they have a very good, international financial institutions, the development agencies, they have a very good source of knowledge based on the experience in different countries. So implementing them in the case of Uzbekistan is very important. So we will be relying on this in the next generation of the reforms. So I will stop here, and I can talk too much on these reforms, so maybe I'll come back to them later on. Thank you.
Absolutely. Sandeep, what are your thoughts on the current state of play here in Uzbekistan? Do you feel that the first round of reforms delivered the foundation required to move on to the next stage?
Thank you, Charlotte. First of all, let me say what a pleasure it is for me to be back in Uzbekistan, my first trip since the onset of COVID, and really great to be back and to see that Uzbekistan hasn't missed a beat despite the pressures of COVID and everything else. Great to be with this esteemed panel and to be part of this discussion. I think the Deputy Minister framed the issues very nicely. The way I see it, Uzbekistan is obviously off to a fantastic start. Really strong, motivated reforms with good results. And we had a good discussion on the panel in the morning on that. And I would give all credit to Uzbekistan for doing it. When I look at countries across the world, it's difficult to identify another country which is moving forward with the ambition that one sees in Uzbekistan. So it's really to be applauded and to be supported. So I think the question is where from going forward, and how do you go forward, and where from now, right? And there I would take at face value the goals that the country has set for itself, which are extremely ambitious. Uzbekistan wants to become an upper middle income country by 2030. That would translate into annual growth of more than 10%. It's a very ambitious target. Not only does growth have to be that high, as was discussed in the panel earlier, it has to be more job creating, it has to be more inclusive, it has to be greener. So it's a tall order. And I think what that means is it can be done, but the ambition of reforms has to be that much more commensurate with these objectives. And we can come back and we can discuss what that entails. But it's exciting to be part of this journey and to be supporting the government in this endeavor. Thank you.
Ron, since we promised to take a very realistic look at things here, Uzbekistan has obviously done very well so far, but there are a few things to watch out for, some vulnerabilities, and one of them is debt. Can you tell us more about this?
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about that also on the previous panel. And let me say first and foremost, I mean, yes, debt has been increasing, but I mean, the overall stock is still relatively low. It's more an issue of where do we go from here? And indeed, and of course, we had the impact of the pandemic with a more expansionary fiscal policy during the last 2 years, which also resulted in larger budget deficits, more debt creation. But also, if we look at some of the large projects, that on the one hand they are necessary, but on the other hand they are also financed by attracting more foreign debt in the country. Like I say, at the moment the stock of debt is still relatively low, but if you factor in what I mentioned earlier, also what the state-owned banks are doing, how they are attracting financing from abroad, state-owned enterprises have also gone in that direction. We also see an increase in public-private partnerships, PPPs, which is kind of a mix between debt and investment. It's not entirely government, it's not entirely private, so it's a move in the right direction. But what needs to happen from here, what I mentioned earlier, is to actually get more private development, private sector-led growth in the economy. If I may paint it as a kind of a different picture, and because at the IMF we don't only look at the macro numbers, growth, inflation, debt, but our job is primarily looking at the external accounts, the balance of payments. If you look at the balance of payments of Uzbekistan for the last couple of years, you see a very large trade deficit. The country is importing much more than it exports, and exports are mainly, I think Anna mentioned that earlier, is mainly gold, copper, cotton, wheat, I mean, so basically commodities, not so much produced goods and everything, but it has a trade deficit of about 15% of GDP. Part of that is financed by remittances. I mean, Uzbek workers not finding jobs here in Uzbekistan, going abroad to find attractive jobs somewhere else, in Russia, elsewhere, Kazakhstan. they send a lot of money home, which is good for Uzbekistan. So that accounts for about 10% of GDP. So you still have a current account deficit that needs to be financed of about 5–6% of GDP for the last couple of years. And if you look at how that is financed, again, it's mainly the story that this has been mainly financed by attracting debt, both by SOEs, state-owned banks, by the government. And if you look at what FDI, foreign direct investment, has been in the country so far over these last couple of years, it's a few percent of GDP. That needs to change. So both in the structure of exports, I mean, to move away less commodities and more value added by having more factories, production, small enterprises here. And in terms of financing the current account deficit, getting more investment in. So again, what we talked about earlier, the second generation of reforms, getting more private sector activity, reducing the role of the state in the economy. That is what now needs to happen, because if you continue on the current road, then you get more and more debt, and eventually, I mean, as we have seen in many other countries, that is not going to be sustainable. Now, the government, I mean, is very much aware of this, and this is also government policy to make sure that that remains sustainable. As I said, fiscal policy has been expansionary, has been accommodative in these last few years because of the pandemic, the need to save lives and livelihoods. Now, as the pandemic hopefully will get behind us, the government is committed to reduce the budget deficits and so turn that trend in public debt around, put it on a downward path. Also strengthening the institutional framework. The government wants to adapt a public debt law that sets a hard ceiling on public debt of 60% of GDP, but it's not supposed to go over that. Plus also safety mechanism in that draft law that if you approach that ceiling, you already need to start taking action by tightening your fiscal policies. But I think, again, and at risk of repeating myself, the main thing is get private sector development. Let me,
yeah. A few minutes ago, I saw the face of Eric Arispe appear on the screen, and I'd like to join him in London, if possible, right now. Hello, Eric. Nice to see you virtually. Could you follow up on what Ron said and maybe tell us what's on your radar currently at Fitch Ratings?
Thank you very much, and good morning, good afternoon to all who are joining this event. And we want to thank the Uzbek authorities and international partners for putting together this opportunity to exchange views and share our views on the Uzbek economy. Just a little bit of background in terms of ratings. Uzbekistan rating is currently BB- with a stable outlook. Just for the sake of reference, that's the same level that we have for economies such as South Africa, Brazil, and Turkey. And the rating has remained at this level with a stable outlook since we first assigned 3 years ago, or a little bit less than 3 years ago in December 2018. A lot has happened since then, not only in terms of the very dramatic and structural transformations that we see in Uzbekistan, but also the COVID pandemic shock. So in that case, the challenge for policymakers has been to maintain the credit strengths that we highlight in Uzbekistan, meaning a very strong public sector balance in terms of low debt as well as high assets, to maintain the relatively high level of growth compared to other countries in the same rating category, as at the same time addressing the vulnerabilities or relative weaknesses that Uzbekistan has compared to peers, and those are mostly in terms of the structural factors, such as governance indicators that are weaker than peers, as well as low GDP per capita. I think that one of the goals is always from other countries to see how fast can I move in terms of ratings, when can I get to investment grade and get that what is called a graduation into IG category. Just to provide a time frame, not comparable times, different circumstances, different countries, but for instance, for Indonesia, it was a process that took about 6 years from a rating level similar to Uzbekistan going into the rating level of the BBB-, which is investment grade. Philippines was a slightly longer road, it's about 10 years. So it is important to say that it's not an immediate process, depends on the circumstances and the progress, and in the case of Uzbekistan, to what extent these structural weaknesses can be addressed. Now, also important to keep in mind that once you get investment grade, does not mean that you stay investment grade forever. And in fact, when I mentioned some of the peers that Uzbekistan has, those are what we call fallen angels, right? Countries that were investment grade, especially boosted by the commodity cycle, that due to idiosyncratic factors, but also overall weakening in public finances, political risk, weak institutions have come down not only below investment grade, but actually 3 notches below investment grade. So this is important to keep in mind. I think that the government is aware, of the importance of sustainable improvement in terms of indicators and indices for Uzbekistan that actually reflect reality, and they have the unit that tracks this, and that's important work in trying to make sure that these don't only represent goals or targets, but actually are reflecting some improvements in the ground. Finally, just want to give a quick word also on debt. Not in favor of debt, but regarding the importance of debt still in the world we live in. I think that for Uzbekistan credit profile, when we look at debt is relatively low, that's correct, close to 40% of GDP. That's about 20 percentage points below the BB median. That's the level of comparable peers. Nevertheless, we also have to look at the composition of debt in terms of currency. And in the case of Uzbekistan, about 90% of that debt is denominated in foreign currency. So given the volatility that can be expected as advanced economies normalize their policy, this is a source of risk. Also echo the comments of Ron that we also have to look at the broader external indebtedness of the country. And in this case, we're looking at other entities entering external financing. They're also, at some point, given the experiences we've seen in the region as well, could face the risk of coming into the government balance sheet. I think that the government is aware, authorities are aware of these risks, and therefore have responsibly moved forward to try to establish some guidelines in terms of maximum borrowing annually, as well as introducing a debt ceiling in order to evade these risks and actually make any, not only rating improvements sustainable, but also the sustainable progress in terms of the path of reforms, increasing the share of the private sector while maintaining a strong public sector balance sheet.
Thank you, Eric. Martin, Eric has just mentioned the private sector, and in fact you have recently conducted a survey with some top global institutional bond investors who invest or could invest in Uzbekistan, and overall the conclusion is that privatization is their #1 priority. Can you build up on this a little bit for us?
Thank you. And first of all, again, I'd like to thank the Uzbek government for the invitation to speak at this very impressive conference. Secondly, to respond to the question, you've pretty much said the full survey results already, so I can't add anything. No, it was quite a short survey I conducted with large institutional investors, as Charlotte said, who invest or could invest in Uzbek fixed income in particular. We asked 3 questions. The first question related to their perception of what would boost long-term economic growth and achieve the government's reform goals. And there was a choice of 7 or 8 answers and an others box. And the #1 response in terms of frequency, bearing in mind investors could answer more than one category. The #1 response was corporate privatization, which to me was not totally surprising, especially because a lot of the investors have been involved in transition economies over the years and they know the power of privatization. But what surprised me a little bit more, but nevertheless I agree with it, the second most frequent response was product market liberalization. And that gets to the core of a lot of the issues which have been touched on this morning already. You need competition. And competition obviously allows the private sector to thrive, which is the other half of the economic reform coin. And also touches on what we just heard from Ron in terms of if you build up external debt, you want also the private sector to be involved and to have a productivity growth too, so the quality is important. And then the third most frequent response was banking sector privatization, which again is maybe not totally surprising, but the sequencing, or not the sequencing, but the ordering, I think is quite instructive. The privatization and competition or product market liberalization are well at the top of the list. Things which are a little bit more longer term, such as support for the digital economy, which clearly makes so much sense, digital infrastructure, was lower down the list. And I think perhaps it was a little bit how the question was phrased. Obviously, in terms of what can deliver results in the coming years, it is privatization.
And privatization is important not just to lay the foundation for growth, but also sustainable growth from your perspective. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, I mean, this was touched on by the Deputy Economy Minister just now, and also in the previous panel. A lot of these people use the term, green and ESG quite, freely these days. But I think, when you look at Uzbekistan right now, the term ESG and privatization should be perhaps put together, or to band around an even sort of more fancy phrase, green privatization. And the important point there is not just to come up with a nonsensical phrase, but when you look at the pool of investors globally, money or capital or portfolio flows tend to be stickier when they're related to ESG topics, number one. Number two, when we talk to global investors, there's the highest demand for ESG-related assets in high yield and also EM, local currency. And again, there's a pool of, you get a bigger slice of the same pie if it is ESG-related. What does ESG mean in practice? It would mean putting in place a set of key performance indicators, essentially not to be necessarily best in class, but more transition related in terms of perhaps key performance indicators on the environmental side, but also could relate to the social and governance side too. And I think in that respect, particularly where it's only a portion of a company which is privatized, you align the incentives of investors, stakeholders, and obviously you may get a stickier pool of capital.
Okay. Now, Eric Livni, you have just arrived in Tashkent, and you are going to be here for the foreseeable future, I understand, so welcome. And interestingly, you come from Georgia. And Georgia is a country that has also rolled out a raft of very ambitious reforms, just like here in Uzbekistan. But maybe you're here to offer us a somewhat cautionary tale. So what can Uzbekistan learn from it? I mean, is there a chance that things will go a little bit too fast, too soon, and that something very important will be forgotten along the way, and that's people?
Thank you so much, Charlotte. I'll take my headset off. Well, first of all, I came here from Georgia, indeed, but I moved positionally from Nur Sultan, because the seat of the regional economist of the EBRD was shifted from Kazakhstan to Uzbekistan. And I think this speaks volumes as to the importance of Uzbekistan, let's say in the EBRD portfolio, but I think more broadly, its importance for the region and for the global community as such. Coming back to your question, a friend of mine, a wise person, somebody I respect, once asked me in a bar, what makes countries successful? And you start thinking about people, smart people, you start thinking about maybe the natural resource endowment, but his answer was different, and it sort of surprised me. It's organization. He said successful nations are nations that are better organized. And I think when I first visited Uzbekistan, and that was a long time ago, that was 2010, and I traveled around a little bit. I walked into the neighborhoods in Tashkent, in Samarkand, and one thing that struck me is how clean it is.
how well organized the communities are, even when you stray from the high roads, from the high streets and from the main roads. And I asked my driver, people around me, what explains the fact that Uzbekistan is able, despite low GDP per capita levels, is able to maintain the quality of communal life, and cleanliness is just one aspect of it, at such a high level. And the answer was that Uzbekistan managed to sustain its social structure, the mahalla, the almost tribal structure, and it survived not only in the villages, which would be less surprising, it survived in the cities. Now, this structure, in some sense, is a cornerstone for many things that Uzbekistan does and could do in the future, because people alone can achieve much less than what they can do together. This togetherness factor and having an organization is a major variable. Now, I want to reflect on something that, on the examples that we heard from the previous speakers of countries that made a successful transformation in terms of GDP per capita, but also other measures. So Jim O'Neill spoke about South Korea as being the outstanding example of a successful transformation and spectacular growth. I want to put another country on the agenda here, and this country is Vietnam. And I want to connect the idea of people and Vietnam and bring it to Uzbekistan in the following way. You know, there are all kinds of ways to measure a success of educational achievement. One of them, you can look at achievement in international educational sort of science and other fields. And one test that does it well is called PISA. It's an international assessment system created by the OECD, has been maintained for many years. And typically what you find is that GDP per capita and performance in this particular measure of educational achievement is extremely well correlated. So the richer the nation, the more GDP per capita, the better educational achievement, except Vietnam. Vietnam is a huge outlier. So its GDP per capita is not that far from Uzbekistan or Georgia, another country where I used to live. It's not that far. It's maybe a little bit higher than what I heard today, 1.8 thousand. But in terms of educational achievement, Vietnam is all the way up, almost at the level of Singapore, maybe a little below, but almost at the level of the highest achieving countries in the world, such as Finland, Singapore, Hong Kong, certainly the level of China, which is not at the same level of GDP per capita. And you ask yourself the question, how Vietnam can achieve these levels of achievement? And the answer is organization. The answer is a fantastic organization of the educational sector, a great selection of teachers, placement of teachers through the country, in the periphery, smaller cities, villages, so that every child has a chance to acquire a proper education, and every teacher fights for the future of his or her child.
Can I intervene if it's possible? Thanks. I want to reflect what are the other speakers they said, and especially we're talking in the context of Uzbekistan reforms. And as Eric said, how we are organized. So I want to talk about how we are organized in the macroeconomic policy running. So this is perhaps something that we have to also mention, because this is one of the achievements and one of the change that we can see during the last years. And you know, the macroeconomic policy coordination, this is very important. And the many issues that we are talking many issues that we are talking today, they didn't come out of, like out of sudden. Lots of debates and discussions are under them. The issue of privatization, the issue of external debt sustainability, and these kind of things. Let's use some technical word approach and put the question that Ron put, from the aspect of external balance or external debt sustainability. So we are several times today said that we are going to achieve 2,800 per capita GDP by 2026. And this means that we are going to achieve like more than 100 billion. So it's above 600 today, and it's more than 100. Someone can ask the question, so if the share of the imports today is around 35%, so when we achieve this level of the GDP and then imports, possibly they can go to the level of 50 billion. So how we will finance that, you know? But at the same time, we mentioned, you know, about the macroeconomic stability and macroeconomic coordination, and there is a strong consensus that we have to keep the stability, and the stability is, again, it showed its importance during the pandemic because we were resilient. We were able to keep the positive growth because we had the buffers. We were able to quickly mobilize the resource, and we were able to quickly take the necessary actions in order to fight against and minimize the consequence. And the stability is important, and we will be using the fiscal rules, and we will be disciplining us, in external borrowing. And the only source is how we can do this, to finance is foreign direct investment and increasing the export. But how we can export, increase the exports? And we can come from the different side. So 6 or 7% annual growth. If you divide the GDP and you look from the industrial side, too many sectors they exhaust the source of the growth, such as like fossil fuels, or automobile industry, or mining sectors, the other mining sectors, and they have to be substituted, replaced by the new sectors like renewables. So they can be very good potential. Or let's look at the automobile sector. So government adopted a new degree on getting prepared to produce electric cars by 2026. And so another approach can be what, again, in the context of financing. So this is the SOE transformation, which will provide the efficiency and competitiveness, and the privatization, which will bring the investment. So this can serve as a tool. So there's lots of debate going on, and so most of the things that we are discussing, they have, like some strong analytical and fundamentals. So that's why we are coming with the idea that, the efficiency, productivity, and private sector development and private investment, foreign direct investment. It's not only the financing. Again, it's about importing the technologies, new approach, and which will require, a very good quality labor force, improvement of the labor market, and we can approach also the poverty reduction issue not only from the not only by touching upon the human capital development, but human capital development is also important for attracting the FDIs and being attractive for investors. Thank you.
Sorry. First Deputy Minister, you used the word resilience. It's a word we're hearing a lot today as the world economy is still grappling with the pandemic and its impact. And in fact, I had a conversation with you, Martin, yesterday about the key difference between two buzzwords, sustainability and resilience. So can you offer your definition and maybe offer some clues as to how Uzbekistan can carry on building this resilient economy? Because there's one fact we haven't highlighted yet, is the fact that your economy has performed well despite the pandemic. In fact, it displayed growth when so many, of course, didn't.
Thank you. I'll try to say similar to what I said yesterday, hopefully. I mean, the key point, of course, is that sustainability and resilience are two sides of the same coin. And to have sustainable growth, if we look at the last 30, 40 years of history, particularly in the transition economies in the last 30 years, resilience helps build sustainable growth because it significantly reduces the probability of having negative years of growth. Resilience in that context, I would define it as having the ability to buffer the economy and the citizens within it in times of global shocks, whether they're financial shocks or commodity price shocks. And I think particularly in the case of Uzbekistan, if you look at classic indicators of resilience such as FX reserves in relation to various metrics, they are in many cases off of the scale, which is obviously an important starting point. But it's not just that. And from a longer term perspective, when I talk to emerging European and emerging market investors, the type of thing they're focused on is not so much necessarily not only the level of debt or the level of FX reserves, but also more flow-based structures related to fiscal rules, not only fiscal rules related to the level of debt, but perhaps fiscal rules related to windfall tax revenues and that type of thing, whereby the fiscal policy more clearly has an automatic stabilizer role in the longer term. And that's a key area of focus, which I think would also help the sustainability of growth in the longer term.
Thank you, Martin. Now, just before we started this discussion, we actually sent a couple of online questions. One is about the place, the platform where you can watch our fascinating discussions, during the summit. They will be available online for posterity on the platform of the forum, okay? And another question, an interesting question as the country transitions to a market economy is how you will transition to a knowledge economy. How will you make sure that Uzbekistan embraces the digital economy? And what efforts are you making in that sense? For you.
Okay. I will be answering this question in the following way. Investing in the knowledge is important, and I already mentioned about the huge potential, demographic potential, and putting it in a technical way, the contribution of the population for GDP is very small, and we can only increase it by investing in human capital. And digitalization is very important, and digitalizing every sector of the economy will give a very high value added. And we already started to implement several programs like teaching and educating the people. And also the Deputy Minister, he mentioned about, we have to switch towards, from the basic skills training to more like up-to-date, advanced and required or demanded skills such as computing, IT, and other areas. This is very important. And also, if I make a kind of addition to the question about the resilience, we spoke only in the economic context, and if we can drive the lesson from the pandemic, we can speak about the resilience in the context of social vulnerability as well, because one of the lessons from the pandemic was that the people in the informal sector of economy who are with small or less skills, very like a basic education, they suffered a lot. And this is the one thing that we have to address. And also, if the people, they are equipped with modern knowledge and, they can be flexible, especially when we encounter different sorts of shocks. So this is also important. And when we say investing in human capital, we take into account several issues. So,
Sandeep, can you tell us a bit more about the country's endeavor to develop a digital economy and how it's equipping maybe its population to be ready for the challenges ahead?
Yeah, no, thanks. So, digitalization, knowledge, these are inputs into an ecosystem of, an ecosystem of growth that's based on, innovation. So innovation needs several inputs. You need you need knowledge, but you also need an ecosystem where firms will want to use that knowledge, where they face competition, where they want to innovate, they want to advance the frontiers of in the way they're operating. In countries like Uzbekistan, you're not expecting cutting-edge R&D. You're expecting adaptation of knowledge that's already there, which is a great advantage to be at this point, because you want to catch up with countries that are already ahead of you. But that catch-up is going to depend also on the competitive structures that you have in place. The firms have to be the center of innovation. Innovation has to happen at the firm level. And the firms have to have the capacity for that. They have to face the competitive pressures. They have to have managers who are competent, who are trained, who know how to do it, who can train it, who can tap into international knowledge networks and adapt it to the Uzbek context and turn it into economic growth. So that's going to be important. I want to just go back to something that Eric said, which is very important. And he mentioned Vietnam, and I lived in Vietnam for a few years, and I can completely attest to their great advancement in education and how they're performing, far ahead of what you would expect at the income level. Vietnam is a great example of transition economy. I mean, they've been transitioning for the last 30 years to great effect. One of the lessons that I took away from two lessons. One is a cautionary tale. One is a tale that is a good example. The good example for me is that the focus in Vietnam that I saw was not so much on reforms for the sake of reforms, but they were very focused on results. They knew exactly why they were doing reforms. They wanted employment, they wanted growth, they wanted exports, and they were very focused on those outcomes, right? And the reform process came together to get those outcomes. And that's important to keep in mind, that sometimes we get caught up in just the churning of reforms, but we forget, that in the end it's about the outcomes. The cautionary tale for me in Vietnam was that, there was a privatization effort that happened. But what we found in the end was that the private sector in Vietnam was less productive than the public sector. And that's because they didn't invest enough, or they haven't invested enough yet, in building the market institutions. So privatization alone is not enough, and I think this is a point that Martin made. It has to be accompanied with building market institutions, whether it's competition, whether it's contract enforcement, judicial services, so on and so forth, which I think is still a ripe agenda in Uzbekistan to carry forward.
Eric, would you like to follow up on this?
Yeah, a very short comment. I couldn't agree more. We are working both with the competition agency here and with the SAMA, the state agency for management assets. So we basically have a view on both on competition and privatization. And I couldn't agree more. When you privatize, you have to make sure that you are not creating private monopolies in the market. That would be, especially when you are not ready to regulate. So you have to very cautiously proceed. Some of these monopolies can be in super sensitive sectors, such as chemicals for production of, for agriculture production and so on and so forth. That could be dangerous.
I'd like now to comment on the fact that, First Deputy Minister, your role includes poverty reduction. And the fact that you named poverty means a lot, doesn't it? So I'd like to ask Ron and maybe Sandeep as well about your discussions with the government, and if you feel that there is an endeavor to name things, to acknowledge things. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, no, I think that was also what Deputy Prime Minister Kuchgerov mentioned this morning, that this economic, inclusive growth needs to come from economic development. And so in every discussions that we have on the structure of the government budget, it's not only looking at the headline numbers, what is the deficit, what is the tax revenues, what is the total spending, but also what is the composition of spending and the quality of spending. And particularly now, during these last 2 years, when the world, but also Uzbekistan, has been hit by the COVID pandemic, and to have an increased focus on healthcare social assistance, expanding the social safety net, where the authorities have been working together with the ADB and the World Bank in particular, to make sure that people in need are getting the assistance that they need, be it in the form of healthcare or in social assistance. But again, in alleviating poverty, the key is creating jobs. And there, again, the key is creating a strong private sector. Now, I want to add two things to that, also responding to the earlier comments on resilience and organization, and also going a little bit back to the theme of this panel on macro policies, macro stability. Uzbekistan has proven to be resilient, I mean, during the pandemic, in part because it had strong institutions in the form of an independent, capable central bank, and also a strong Ministry of Finance that both put in place sound fiscal policies and sound monetary policies in the years prior to the pandemic, which actually had created buffers that would allow the authorities to respond very effectively when the pandemic hit by supporting people and businesses. And so in terms of organization, institutions are crucial. When we look at success stories across the world, countries that have strong institutions, not only a strong and independent central bank or a Ministry of Finance or Ministry of Economy, but also other institutions that are necessary for a well-functioning market economy, such as a strong and independent anti-monopoly committee to make sure that nobody abuses market power, which now we sometimes see is happening by state-owned enterprises who have certain privileges or advantages. An independent energy regulator will become important as the energy sector is going to be transformed. I mean, who sets the tariffs? What are the tariffs going to be? So that is an important element. And crucially also, rule of law. What is the judiciary? How does that function? What are the avenues for conflict resolution? And how efficient and how fair and honest and quick is that? So having strong institutions, we see that across the world. I mean, the better the institutions, the better the institutional framework, legal framework, the better it is. And the last comment I want to make there is an element of that too, is predictability. Don't make too many frequent changes by decisions. Okay, now we're going to do this, and now all of a sudden, now we're going to do this. Have stability, have a clear path where you want to go, how you set up those institutions, strengthen them, then go that road. Don't change too frequently.
Thank you, Ron. I'd like to join Eric from Fitch Ratings in London again, if possible. Thank you. Eric, Ron just mentioned predictability, and it's obviously very, very important for what you do. So tell us more about that. Tell us as well about the transition risk and the balancing act the country is currently facing. You know, obviously implementing this transition, but not too fast, like I mentioned earlier, and not, you know, in a steady way.
Sure, thank you, Charlotte. When we're looking forward, and of course of interest is what factors are we monitoring or following in order to address or look into a positive rating action for Uzbekistan that may reflect many of the developments that have been discussed this morning. Growth is an obvious one, of course, not because Uzbekistan's growth record is already not stronger than what we see in other BB rated countries, but because of GDP per capita. And yes, we have discussed this 1,800 level currently, dollars per capita income. But if we look at comparable countries, and that would be median, that's about 5,000. And even if we look at B-rated countries, that's countries rated lower than Uzbekistan, we see a level of about 3,000. Some catch up to do there in terms of GDP per capita. But what is important is actually the sustainability of this growth without creating imbalances, right? I mean, without increasing inflation, leading to a widening of current account deficits, because the adjustments in the end tend to be in countries that have a flexible exchange rate like Uzbekistan, through the exchange rate depreciation, which could erase some of the progress made by previous years of high growth. So sustainability is important. And here I echo Ron's comments regarding the importance of building economic institutions, both in terms of the central bank having a policy framework as such as they have in terms of inflation targeting, an objective and a mandate to reduce inflation, and also introducing a fiscal rule that increases the predictability of fiscal policy over the medium term. The second factor, of course, in terms of growth is private sector, and for us it's important because until now, also mentioned before, it has been the public sector, the sovereign pushing the growth momentum, the reforms necessary, and we need the private sector to kick in. And this is important in order for the sovereign again to maintain its very strong balance sheet, both in terms of assets and liabilities, but also for growth to become more inclusive, which is very important as well for it to be sustainable. Institutions, that's a second factor that we look at. And when we look at it and try to assess the relative to other countries, is the World Bank governance indicators. So these do not only provide a good assessment of the views of the people and economic actors in the country, but also progress in these indicators or the expectation of progress. The public economic actors actually believing and buying into the story of reform, improved rule of law, business environment is going to lead to increased investment as an early indicator. So that is very favorable. But also reforms themselves require institution. And I think this is also important to note. Reforms are not a goal, getting to a certain economic or governmental structure. Reforms need to develop institutions to be self-sustainable and broaden the initiative just beyond the current economic team or the presidential office to try to encompass institutions, structures that can sustain them over the long term as well. In that sense, my personal opinion, there's encouraging signs, right? In the institutions where we interact, what is always surprising is to see the level, high quality level and age of public servants taking positions and roles. Of course, we have this diaspora of very gifted technical staff that has come back to Uzbekistan, but also we have seen the emergence of some homegrown talent. Still, the magnitude of the reform agenda is significant and still needs to be prioritized. I agree in that regard as well. But we see some signs that there may be some capacity building going on, although it may take some time. And finally, these strengths of Uzbekistan in terms of high reserves, low debt, fiscal savings, could strengthen further in the event of a commodity super cycle. But I think this is more unlikely. I mean, I think the focus for us maybe is on preserving the relative strength, especially given the challenges that the country has, right, in terms of trying to address education, infrastructure gaps, and other social spending needs, while at the same time balancing that while maintaining this strong fiscal and external accounts. So I think that these factors are looking at a trajectory that reforms can help, but it has to be both at the macro, institutional, and also private sector development level.
We have around 10 minutes left for questions from the audience, so please do not be shy. Stand up and feel free to ask our panelists any questions you may have. Any takers? Okay, in this case, I will ask our panel some final thoughts maybe. And I'll start with you, Ron. What would you say is the key ingredient to ensure that the transition happens smoothly and just happens?
I think the key is to have a plan. Have a plan, be prepared, know what to do. A key condition also, I mean, from our perspective, from the IMF and how we see global economies developing, macro stability is a key condition. It's a sine qua non. Without macro stability, you don't have the resilience, you won't get sustainable growth. And the other element is continue with reforms. There's no other way to it.
Eric.
If I may, I will continue on the same topic. I think for the reforms to continue, one aspect of resilience that has to be borne in mind is the political sustainability. And I think Uzbekistan is doing a fine job. But to answer the question of political sustainability, you have to look at sectors in the economy where most of the jobs are concentrated. And we're talking about SMEs, we're talking about small businesses, we're talking about individual entrepreneurs. A lot of them are women. And we're talking necessarily about agriculture. Now, it's okay to focus, and the government has the capacity to focus on the largest bits of the economy, the Coca-Colas and the Navoi and the so on and so forth. But the political sustainability will very much depend on how successful you are in bringing productivity improvements to those large employing sectors, agriculture and SMEs. And I would argue that to achieve good results, it's also about organization. It's about organizing small farms. It's about organizing small producers in associations so that they can access larger markets, external markets. They can get better access to finance. Alone, they're not bankable. They cannot reach a faraway market. Together, there is a chance. And there are other countries that have successfully, addressed this challenge. And I think when we look around, we can find the examples that we want to follow.
Thank you, Eric. Martin, SMEs, because they are the backbone of the economy, but also because they foster inclusion.
Yeah, I mean, the simple answer is yes, I fully agree. I was actually going to touch on another topic apart from SMEs, partly because obviously most of the banking background is not super SME focused. I wanted to touch on one topic which is very important for longer term economic growth, which we haven't discussed so much today, and it's the development of local currency capital markets. It's a topic tomorrow, which I'll watch closely, but certainly from a bank perspective and an institutional investor perspective, this is something which would be extremely welcome. I know that the Finance Ministry has some plans from a medium-term perspective, but it loops back round to the sustainability of economic growth. It fits into the de-dollarization angle. It fits into the macro stability and resilience topic. And when we look at a lot of transition economies in the last 30 years, local currency capital market development has been key in financial market broadening and also key for growth.
Thank you. Sandeep, your final thoughts.
So I think pretty much along the lines of the other panelists, in the end, the transition and the reforms have to produce results. And the success of the transition is going to depend, in my view, on results in 4 areas. One is going to be to make sure that the private sector response is there. FDI is still low. Private sector response is still very in the initial stages. We need to see much more on that. The second is going to be on the role of the government. I think it's a fallacy to say less government. I don't think it's a question of the government has to play a complementary role to the private sector. It has an important role to play, but in niche areas. It has to be in the service of people, provide good public services, education, health, social protection, invest in market institutions to make sure that the environment for the private sector is there. The third area is going to be results for people. I mean, people have to see more opportunities. They have to take part in the opportunities that are created by the transition. More jobs. I think Ron mentioned the issue of jobs. That is going to be essential. Unemployment is still high. A strategy targeted that is going to be very important. And finally, I think outcomes on the environment. So far, the growth has come at the cost of natural resources, especially water management. Taking care of that is going to be extremely important to make sure that the transition process is successful.
And first, Deputy Minister, to conclude with, I'd like to maybe invite you to reflect, of course, on what has been said during the discussion, but also maybe share with us your message to global investors and to the rest of the world?
In order to conclude that, I will also be aligned and join the views that were all said, and to have a clear plan or to have a clear view what to do, where you are heading to, and what sort of the result you will be achieving. And this is important, and I think that's what we are trying to do. And this forum is also one of the kind of the work that we are trying, heading to this, goal, to speak, to communicate with our partners, and to find the better solution for the growth. And one thing that I want to also stress is that the political will, a strong political will is important. But having said that, capacity building and having a capacity is also important. Usually when you speak to different economists who went through the process of the reforms, and they all come to, one idea that in living and working in the reform period is not easy, because it's a demanding process, and you have to show the result. And for that, you need a capacity. So the reforms, they try to go fast, but having the right capacity is also important. And the other things that institutions, I also strongly agree with that. And we didn't talk about the poverty reduction, and the government paying as much attention on the poverty reduction, but there is a clear understanding and the learning process in interagency level and agencies, but delivering it, bringing it, to the regional level, it's also important. I mean, having the ownership by the local governments and having a clear understanding how to fight, how to use the existing tools is also important. And what would be the key message for global partners and investors? I will repeat. The reforms are not only beneficial or useful for people of Uzbekistan or business entrepreneurs of Uzbekistan. It's a success story. It's a good opportunity to make a success story. And I think if we come together, everyone will benefit from the reforms in Uzbekistan. This would be the message. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to all of you for your insights today. Much appreciated. Thank you to the audience as well. The forum carries on. Enjoy.
Hurmatli ishtirokchilar, barchangizni tushlik uchun Hilton mehmonxonasining ballroom zaliga taklif etamiz. Dear participants, we would like to invite you to lunch that will take place in the ballroom at Hilton Hotel. Aziz ishtirokchilar, shuningdek, aynan ushbu zalda sizlarni soat 16:15 da raqobatbardoshlikni rivojlantirish uchun iqtisodiyotni erkinlashtirish mavzusidagi O'zbekiston Respublikasi hukumati va Financial Times bilan birgalikdagi virtual panel sessiyasiga taklif etamiz. Dear participants, in this hall at 16:15 p.m., there will be held virtual panel session on the topic of opening the economy to maintain competitiveness, jointly with the Financial Times. Thank you. Dear participants, at 3 p.m., there will be a roundtable session in Hall 2. Please do not forget to participate in the virtual panel session jointly with Financial Times at 4 p.m. in Hall 1.
Один, два, раз. Раз, два, три. Один, два, раз. Один, два, раз. Один, два, раз. Один, два. Раз, два, три. Один, два, три, четыре, пять. Раз, два, три. Один, два, раз. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Один, два, раз. Один, два, раз. Один, два, раз. Один, два. Раз, два, три.
Можно вот там раз-раз сказать.
Hello.
Hello, Sambin. It's Malika.
Oh, hello. Hi. Yes. How are you?
Fine, thanks. Could you
Good.
please
Good.
send that presentation, each of them separate PNG format, to my mail, please?
I have.
Mm-hmm.
To your where? Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Asset. Where? Sorry. I sent it to you by email.
I have only the page about Ask Q&A session that you have sent me.
From email.
Yeah.
If I sent it by
Audience
email, have you
me
received?
to ask Jacopa.
No. I just sent it literally about 7 minutes ago.
I have 5, 7, 6. Let me check for the other ones too.
Yeah, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, they're not in order. When they download, they just say. So I've given you a PDF copy of how the order of it is. So as well, so you've just got a reference there.
Yeah, I have received them all.
Great. Do you need me to send it?
See, I have 5, 6, 7, and 8. What about 1 to 5?
They just, it doesn't matter. It's just because I'm doing them quickly because there's so many edits and it was just downloading that way. So if you open up the file, you will see that the numbers, it's just the way it downloads onto my laptop. And because I've been making so many edits to them that they've just downloaded. So don't worry about it. You rename it to whatever you want, but I've given you the PDF copy so you actually see the slide how it should be. So yeah, and it's quite self-explanatory in the sense that it just is the way that the first slide is the welcome slide, the second slide is I've got them here. You can see how I will be doing it. So when the speakers join, it'd be that at the beginning, holding everyone. Then when it's the Deputy Prime Minister, just before them, and Jacopo, be that. Then we go back, and then when it goes to the panel, you'll see that I've now moved the IFC speaker into the virtual speaker. And then this is just a Slido, which is for the audience to ask questions. So yeah. But we'll be managing it from this end as well. So yeah. So can we see the screen a bit like the staging? So pull it up so we would see. Can I also check? Will you be moving the chairs around, or will you just zoom in by the camera?
So the TV team is now at lunch. Sorry. We can take microphones if there is a need.
Yes, there will be, because yesterday we were using obviously different cameras. So we would like to check everything again, because it wasn't. We was checking yesterday, and then your colleague Ryan, and so a lot of things got interrupted. So we're not completely, clear, comfortable. We just want to make sure everything's perfect for.
Okay. Do you need now to check the microphones one by one?
Yeah, if it's good, but we need to be able to replica how it's going to be live on the day. So my colleague Cleona, who was with me yesterday, will join. So it's not worth just checking the microphones one by one. We need to assume we are live so we can hear everything and plan and go through what we call rehearsal. So we need like 5 speakers on, 4 speakers on stage. We want to try the moving from 1 shot to a 5 shot. So moving from the Deputy Prime Minister to then going to the 3 panelists on stage. Oh, now we've got something else. And we also need to have it. So if you're having it on like the screen, so we need to test everything as it would be live on the event. So, yesterday we kept hearing feedback and all, ourselves duplicating. We need to make sure we don't have any of that. We need to make sure that we're completely clear on how it's going to run, because obviously if there is what we did yesterday, it will be live and it will not look good from a professional point of view for the online audience. So we need your like, if we can test audio first, but we need to have a full rehearsal before the speakers join. And then another rehearsal when the speakers do join, which is they'll be joining at 12. Yes, which is in 1.5 hours.
Could we meet for TV team a little bit?
Yeah, we definitely need everyone who is running the show. So whoever is running the show from your end. So if that is the TV show, your production team. So we call things differently. So if your TV people are running the show, also.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Your TV show, your IT team, if whoever is helping you at your end, managing those 3 people, we need them with us to run through everything. So everyone is clear on the instructions. And because we can't help you from that end. So does that make sense? So it's not, we can see the room. We can
join us?
Yeah.
Your colleague?
Yeah, she'll join us in a couple of minutes. But
okay.
Yeah.
By the time she will join, TV team will come from the line.
So is the TV team also managing the audio as well? So the microphones, is that them? Huh?
We have voice production team, audio
yeah,
team.
so it's your
TV.
Okay, so we need all 3 of the teams to basically let us. So we need to do a full run through with them to also know like what their role is, because we can't manage that role from here. So we can't say, turn on microphone 3. We need them to know how it's going to work. So we need someone to, when the Deputy Prime Minister is on, we need to have a one shot of the Deputy Prime Minister. So if you can do a one shot now, because your camera is at an angle as well. It's not directly facing the stage. It's like it's from the right hand side, right?
Yes.
We also need to know if you've got the speakers on, will we hear ourselves in the background as well? So all this needs to test. Because at the moment, normally when you're in a laptop, if we're presenting from a room, it's only the speaker's voice. They don't have it on the back. But at the moment, you also have it so everyone can hear in the room. So we need to make sure we're happy with the way it's flowing as well. So, for you guys to hear it in the auditorium is very different from you guys just sitting in a room listening to the volume. Hello, Malika.
So we have now
I'm
called
just going
for
to mute
the
myself.
TV team.
Okay,
We're
perfect.
waiting for them.
Okay, great. Just so I know, just in terms of communication, so who is managing? So from your side, just in case, because when it gets busy, it's very tricky to know who to talk to. So, obviously your end. So if possible, can you have your WhatsApp?
Managing of session, whole session?
Yes. So just so communication between me and you. So if I need to get hold of you urgent, I'm going to call you on WhatsApp. Is that correct? That's the best form of contact to call you.
Okay. It's
Yeah.
me.
So if you can make sure,
call to me.
yep, yeah, just make sure you have your phone near you. So if we need to get in touch with you at any point,
Yeah.
I will call you on
Okay,
WhatsApp or message you on WhatsApp. So
I'm
just
on
yeah,
the line.
yeah, perfect. Hello, we have
Hiya, do we have Malika on the line?
I could do myself. Yes, that we're still waiting for the TV crew. They've gone for
What we're seeing at the moment then is this the actual camera we're using for the conference or for the live stream?
Yes, it is. Malika? Yes, it is. They've gone for lunch. So I said we need everyone ready who is involved in today's production of the session to be here for a test run as if we are going live. So going from, and I see them doing the chairs now, one shot to a two shot.
But they're doing 4 chairs. Is it not meant to be 5 chairs on stage?
We've moved, one is dialing in now. So
Hella.
yeah. IFC speaker is
Yeah.
going to be virtual, so it'll be a one chair, three chairs. I wanted to, basically I said, yeah, we need to do it with the whole team who is involved for their production side.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can test the volume, etc.
Perfect, cool.
But I think she's gone to find them because they've gone for lunch. So I'm just going to do some stuff for Mambu. Adrian sent me the deadlines. It's like, it's on the 19th, and he sent me the asset deadline. I was like, what? The event's on the 19th? And he was like, it listed out. And I was like, I'll get them to you when I can. Where's David these days? I swear he's not on any of my events now.
No, because he's gone back to his other clients now that they're all doing live stuff like ITV and Amazon. Massive projects. They've been really, he sends pictures. I'll send you some.
Oh, God. Live events. Yeah, so Adrian's back on virtual. I guess probably not running as live then, right? This almost seems surreal, because it's like when we were in Dubai running events and that kind of thing. Surreal. Anyway, I'm gonna do some stuff.
Yeah, I'm muted in the background.
Yeah. Okay.
humanity's future being so closely entwined with environmental concerns. Our climate is changing. Natural resources are running out. Biodiversity is collapsing. Our house is on fire. We all know it. Everyone is talking about it. Now we must act. Practical, high-impact solutions already exist. Now more than ever, we need industrial players to accelerate their deployment. But other problems remain to be solved. We must do all we can to invent the solutions of tomorrow. To reconcile the environment and human development, we must make decisive, difficult and structuring choices. That is why Veolia aspires to a larger, higher, more challenging ambition, ecological transformation. Ecological transformation means genuinely adapting our patterns of production and consumption. It means placing ecology at the heart of every process, every assessment, every decision. It means developing radical, meaningful solutions to meet humanity's existential challenges. Decarbonizing industry to combat climate warming, promoting the circular economy to combat resource depletion, decontaminating the air, water and soil. None of this would be possible without the coordinated action of all our stakeholders. We are committed to delivering a multifaceted performance and convinced that economic, social and environmental concerns must form an indivisible whole. Decontaminating, sanitizing, purifying, recycling, recovering, conserving and facilitating access to resources, Veolia has always worked to create solutions capable of building a better, more sustainable future for all. Today, we want to become the benchmark company for ecological transformation. Our ambition is huge, but so is our determination. Ecological transformation, that is our purpose.
Переплет книг — это та же проектная работа. Понимать саму идею. Ты должен...
Hi.
Hiya.
Hi. They said they're ready now.
Hello.
Malika?
Yep. Hello. Can you hear us okay?
Yes. Do you need to check the microphones?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay.
Can we have it closer as well? Because you're not going to be zooming that far out, are you? You're on mute.
I'm not talking to you.
Oh.
Sorry.
So this is going to get a little bit confusing if they're doing our slides at the same time.
No. We're doing our own slides.
This is not that. This is their main screen, though, remember?
But we don't need Malika, are you there?
We are here. Can you hear us?
Okay, thank you. So can you hear me?
Yeah.
So we need to see anything to do with your main screen. There should be no visual mixing. All that we need to see is the actual camera feed. So that view right there is perfect. So we shouldn't see anything to do with your with what's going on in the main screen.
Okay.
Malika, we also need to see close up of your speakers because from here we can't see anyone. We don't need to see the stage or the screen in the background. We just need to see the speakers.
pretty sharp and dramatic change of the past 5 years.
Okay, thank you, Jacopo, and thank you for having me join you. You have been working on Uzbekistan, as you said, since 1992, since the end of the Soviet Union. And Uzbekistan, faced tremendous problems with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, end of central planning, hyperinflation, and did pretty well to survive the 1990s, and enjoyed fairly steady growth in the 21st century. But I think there's always been a sense that it could have done better, that the increase in productivity in particular has been very, very slow, continuing to rely on the primary products like cotton and minerals, gold, more recently fruit and vegetable for their exports. And the really crucial, I think, misstep in all this was the introduction of foreign exchange controls in 1996, which led to a black market, which led to created tremendous inefficiency, but also incentives for corruption. And so what we've seen is an economy performing well below what might be expected. Part of it was the heavy hand of state control that we'll be talking about most today, but also it was this closing off of external relations. And I think the theme of opening up Uzbekistan's economy is really important. By far the most important reform of the last 5 years was the removal of foreign exchange controls and ending that disincentive for innovation and so on. We've also seen a very strong improvement of relations both with neighboring countries, which had become very, very negative, and interaction in the global level, things like accelerating accession negotiations to the World Trade Organization. I'm seeing this as very positive developments over the last 5 years, but still a long way to go on the more basic reforms that you've talked about, like privatization, financial sector reform, areas like this. So I'm really looking forward to hearing the contribution from the Deputy Prime Minister and from the Minister of Finance about the prospects for 2020s.
Fantastic. Thank you, Professor Richard. Just a very brief follow-up question. Also considering the historic context of this reform process initiated in 2016, basically, were you surprised of the pace of the first round of reforms that were initiated? You mentioned the foreign exchange regime, the capital controls. Just up to 10 years ago, that was the norm. Even less, 5 years ago, that was the norm. We all remember those years, or at least those of us that have been there, where we have to go to the black market to change money, etc., etc. So were you surprised by the pace of the introduction of this first round of reforms?
I think there was tremendous uncertainty about the succession to President Karimov, and President Mirziyoyev became president. He had been prime minister, so a little bit non-quanta, but also a bit unknown what he would do under his own steam. I think what was really impressive was from the start, almost from day one, he was very energetic in building bridges with neighbors, particularly Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, attending international fora, and then within a year of becoming president, after the presidential election, you're removing the foreign exchange controls. Those were, I think, really big steps that were not obviously predictable. And so hopefully we're observing a very strong commitment to reforming the economy and adding to the competitiveness of the economy.
Okay, thank you, Professor Pomfret. They tell me that everything should be ready now in Tashkent. So let's try to go back to Deputy Prime Minister Kuchkarov. Deputy Prime Minister, as I mentioned, this is not the first round of privatization that the country is trying to push through after independence in 1991. In the past, these programs they haven't been as transformative as expected. So why is this time going to be different?
Mr. Tony, are you hearing me? Thank you.
Very well.
Mr. Tony, first of all, thank you very much for organizing this webinar. And as you said, and Professor Pomfret said, from the beginning of 2017, under leadership of Mr. Mirzioyev in Uzbekistan, were taken a number of reforms. Some of them you and Professor mentioned. And if we turn to your question about timing or time for privatization, as you know, main privatization processes were began in late 2020. In October of last year, His Excellency signed a decree about the privatization of 20 businesses. I would say 10 businesses and 10 real estate. Some people question it. Is it the right time for privatization in the pandemic? But our leadership said we have to prepare. We have to continue. We have to start, sorry. And it was really a right time because for the last, let's say, 3 years, from 2017 to 2020, as you mentioned, and today in the forum, many participants mentioned it, there were done a number of reforms which are created general condition for privatization. So we began with small real estates, very small real estates, $10, $15 million cost. So by doing that, government want to show people and foreign investors that people openly can buy assets from the government and do business. This is very important because it was not usual, as you said, for in the previous time. So after that, we moved, and decision of president showed that it was right time. After October of last year, in February, were issued another presidential decree, and we began to privatize new list. And lastly, in July, we approved some other businesses, among them big businesses like power plants, fertilizer companies, etc. So it is going good, thanks to God, privatization, and we think time is good. And you mentioned Coca-Cola. It was almost more than $250 million. Very good deal. We are happy with that. We're thankful to new investor, to the Coca-Cola. And also during this year, we are going to close the deal with OTP Hungarian Bank on privatization of 75% stake of Ipoteka Bank. So this is ongoing, or sorry, I would say finalizing privatization projects. And hopefully, I would say definitely that's the right time for privatization.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. On a more strategic level, before delving into the list and the specifics of the privatization we can expect in the next couple of years, what are you trying to achieve through this?
Mr. Dettoni, of course, privatization has not just one goal. Revenues is one of the goals. For free is not a good idea. And next is maybe most important, this is new management culture, new corporate culture, management, reporting, accountability to stakeholders, and this is very important. And efficiency. Efficiency is the most important issue. You know, we see that SOEs is not enough effective. And we think we would have more dividends, more taxes to budget if many state-owned companies will be privatized. But when we talk about dividends or tax, what we're expecting, again and again, we are opening to the world, as many participants said. So in that opening, we have to be competitive. And with low efficiency, we cannot compete with same businesses, because we are opening every month. Let's say we open one of the market. Let's say market of fertilizer or market of fuel. For example, in 2016, gasoline were not accessible. This is maybe unbelievable now, but this is fact, unfortunately. And now everyone could import gasoline, and price is liberalized, market-oriented, market principles-based price. So we don't have any deficit of gasoline or just fertilizers. Some farmers would import fertilizers and some complicated, so-called complicated fertilizers from abroad, especially for houses, for example. We don't produce, or produce is not in good quality. So competitiveness and efficiency, I would say, main target for privatization.
Okay, very insightful. Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. Let's talk about the specifics, in particular of that list that was published earlier this year, about 14 major state-owned companies featuring, among others, Uzbekistan Airways, Navoy Gold Mining, one of the biggest gold and uranium producers in the world. So you want to sell, privatize to some extent these companies through a public sale on the stock exchange. So first of all, which stock exchange? Are you willing to use the stock exchange in Tashkent, or are you also contemplating a dual listing model, perhaps along the same lines of what has been done with Kazatomprom in your neighboring country, Kazakhstan?
Mr. Dettoni, about the list of companies for privatization, I would like to clarify some points. I'm sorry, Mr. Dettoni. First of all, about Navoy Gold Mining Company, it's not going for privatization. And from now on, this uranium production and gold production is divided, because that company, so-called state company, now turned into three. So gold mining companies itself now under diagnostic of McKinsey. So we would like to introduce a new corporate culture in Nawai Gold Mining Company, new management, new financial management system, new procurement system. So everything will be new. So there will be board and 3 independent member of board. So this is, I would say, transformation and preparation for IPO. And gold mining company will not be privatized. Maybe we will go for IPO for, let's say, 10 or 15%. I think not more than that. But final decision, of course, will be made by leadership of the country. And when I said about Nawai Gold Mining Company, so I have to also mention some big companies like power plant companies who also will go for privatization. Many companies in fertilizers sector also will be privatized. And you know, you asked in what manner we are going to privatize. If you allow me, I will take my papers and will share with audience some numbers. For example, IPO and SPO for this year is planned only 2 companies. By 23, there will be hopefully 10 companies, listed companies. And at the same time, in 4 years, hopefully, we are going to have 30% of board members as independent members. And also foreign managers will come to companies. And during these 4 years, we are going to hire around 100 managers. I mean high managers. Some of them CEO, some of them CFO, will be 100 person who will manage SOEs. So what I mean, so this is preparation for privatization or IPO. Now, you know, these companies are not, as I said, enough effective, and they would be priced not good. And we are not hurry for privatization, but we are hurry for transformation, for preparation. Thank you.
Okay, very clear. Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. With regards to possible dual listings in Tashkent, and elsewhere, is this something that you're considering?
Of course, we are considering listing in Tashkent Stock Exchange and also in international places.
What is beyond the privatization process itself? What are you doing from a legislative and regulatory perspective to improve the governance of these companies? For example, I wonder, can foreign investors access audited annual reports in English to get all the information they need to make their decisions? You mentioned something about independent members of boards. So where do we stand there in terms of like having independent supervisory boards? And also, I guess it's important to understand also what is the market environment that possible investors will be facing if they decide to pull the trigger on such an operation, will they be able to compete domestically in a level playing field? And what are you doing to make sure that that happens?
Mr. Detoni, preparation and transformation of SOEs and state-owned banks goes in general in following manner. First of all of SOEs now preparing IFRS. IFRS is a second stage audit. Next stage rating, investment rating, and some of them, after receiving investment rating, they go for Eurobonds. For example, GM Uzbekistan, this year, just a few months ago, issued Eurobond for $300 million with 4.85% coupon. So this is step by step. And if you ask me, okay, GM Uzbekistan, you understood. How about others? I would say that for now, up to this day, among big 25 state-owned companies, basically all of them prepared IFRS. More than eight or nine companies received investment rating. Only one, for now, issued Eurobond. If you ask me about state-owned banks, banks, they used to have audit in last time, so they are much advanced than SOEs. So in banks, they have IFRS, they have audit, and now 7 out of 10 state-owned banks have investment rating. And many of them already issued Eurobond. And some of them issued also in dollars and in local currency, which we are interested in local currency. So, I don't know, am I speaking understandable or not? So I would like to show to audience steps. So IFRS, audit, rating, maybe Eurobond. After that, IPO or privatization. And next point you mentioned about independent members. For example, Nawai Gold Mining Company already have independent members. All state-owned banks have independent members, 2, 3. And also main biggest 10, maybe even 12 state-owned companies, they have one of the leading consulting company for transformation. For example, GM Auto worked with BCG, or Nawai Gold Mining Company working with McKinsey. For example, Gold Mining Company for now works in 2 fields with McKinsey. One is general strategy for the company. Second is operational effectiveness. So, not just there, I think we find out a good way when we do many things toward privatization or IPO with our partners. Also, IFIs is very good partner for privatization. When I said about privatization of Ipoteka Bank, in the morning panel discussion, I mentioned, sorry for repeating that, IFC were our partner in privatization, and it did good way, good business, good job, sorry. So now we have a result, and I hope in a few months, in 2 months, it's a maximum, hopefully we will finalize the deal with OTP Bank. So this is what or how we are preparing for privatization or IPO.
Okay, Deputy Prime Minister, let me wrap up this conversation with a very final question that would demand a very punctual answer. You mentioned the steps. So what should investors expect in terms of like the next companies that are up for privatization? You have already mentioned the OTP Bank and the Fergana refinery. Looking forward, what are the next, say, 3 companies in the pipeline for privatization with a possible appeal to foreign investors?
If you ask about 3 companies, first of all, Fergana oil refinery company is in the process of privatization. We are working with Deloitte, and we are finalizing the tender process. Next, as I mentioned, a power plant company, power plant station. And the third is Fergana Azot, a fertilizer company, chemical industry.
You had already mentioned the first 2. Give me just another name.
Okay, okay, there are a number of them, I would say all alcohol producing companies, all because traditionally we own 51% of all alcohol producing factories. So all of them now on the sale, all of them. They are around 14 companies.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister. Before moving on to the panel discussion, we have a question right on this list, and so I would like to address this question right away. It goes back to Navoi mining. So the question is, what is the current timing of the Navoi mining IPO, and what is the expected pricing of the IPO? You have already mentioned the transformation process, but what is the timeline that you are handling there? When do you expect the company to be ready in some capacity to be partially privatized, and what would be an expected valuation?
Due to pandemic, our plans a little bit changed, but with hope in 2024, as a maximum will be IPO. About the price, I cannot tell that. I don't know yet. As more as possible. We don't know yet. This is the biggest company of Uzbekistan, more than $5 billion US dollars revenue, annual revenue. And I don't know, Mr. Detoni. I cannot tell that. Thank you.
Okay, well, I guess it will also depend on market circumstances, but we at least we have a timeline 2024. So thank you also for this detail, Deputy Prime Minister Kuchkarov. So let me now move on to our other guests that will help us give a bit more of a perspective into this privatization program by the Uzbek government. We have already heard Professor Richard Pomfret, and we have also, I think that's something that was definitely worth emphasizing in the speech, in some of the answers from the Deputy Prime Minister, was the push by the government to hire quite a number of international managers and executives to bring in international expertise, international talent, or also draw from the kind of quite numerous diaspora Uzbek professionals working abroad. I personally am lucky enough to know quite a few of them that decided to go back to their country and contribute to their reform process. But definitely one of the highest profile figure and personalities that is now working very closely to the president with regards to designing and engineering and advising on the reform program is Sir Suma Chakrabarti. Many of you may know Sir Suma spent 8 years at the helm of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and during those years, particularly in 2017, the bank reopened its office in Tashkent after a hiatus of about 7 years. So, Suma, you decided to take an advisory role to President Mirziyoyev just a few months after the end of your second term as EBRD president. What has persuaded you to do so, and what has been your experience so far as an insider inside the president's office?
Jacopo, thank you very much. It's very nice to see you. You were one of the last people to interview me live face-to-face in EBRD, so it's nice to see you again here. Look, the reason I took on this role is because I have a total belief in the leadership of this country, the President, in his commitment to reform. And this morning, my good friend, Deputy Prime Minister Kuchkarov, used the phrase irreversible reforms. I truly believe that. Now, when I started working here with EBRD when we came back in 2017, the jury was out as to whether this was really going to happen. But we saw through those early actions that Richard Pomfret actually mentioned, like foreign exchange liberalization, where the President actually went further and faster than his advisors were telling him to go, and further and faster than the IMF or we thought he was going to go, that this is a man who's totally committed to changing the economic system of this country and also the political system of this country. So I think it was a decision based very much on a commitment to support a country which I believe has been a sleeping giant in the region, but possibly also globally, really now make a rapid leap forward. And what I have seen, due in no small part to the President, but also to the guys on my left here, who work on the macroeconomic side, is, I think, an enormous success so far. I put it, I used to work for Tony Blair, so I like his sound bites. A lot done, a lot more to do. And there is a lot more to do, and you've heard about some of the issues. I think the macroeconomic side is going very well, actually. I think there a lot of improvements have been made. We can argue about how much debt they should take on and so on, GDP rebasing, but broadly, I think the trajectory is set fair. It's now really the supply side of the economy, the microeconomic side, that needs pushing ahead. And that's why I think this year with privatization, as you mentioned, as the Prime Minister mentioned, I think that's a major part of the agenda going forward. I've been advising in 3 areas. One is the economic strategy side. Happy to talk more about that if you ask me, including privatization. But I've also been looking at public administration and about the communications and branding of this country. I think actually one issue that hasn't yet been discussed in this forum, and I hope will be today and tomorrow, is in my view the need for major radical surgery to public administration. Because I think that is going to be the biggest hold-up to making market reform work. It isn't about the guys, you know, to my left and others in the cabinet who really want reforming the economy, but getting decisions made, getting decisions implemented in the right way. That is, and you know, if you talk to any foreign investor, you'll find the same. The difficulty of navigating across the Uzbekistan public administration, that is the sort of thing that really needs solving as well. So we shouldn't just work, we of course must work on economic reform, but we also need to work on institutional reform as well. And this panel was about growth, and you know, normally in the old-fashioned growth models, it's capital plus labor plus R, and R is usually about institutions. It's the quality of institutions that really needs to improve as well as part of the process of modernization here. And that is something I think the President understands, and that's also why I and others are giving him advice in that area too.
Okay, fantastic. Sir Suma, I certainly remember our conversations, and frankly, I know that you have always, throughout your mandate at the EBRD, shown a special interest in Central Asia. So to some extent, I was not overly surprised as others by you advising the President Mirziyoyev. As you said, there is still a lot of work to be done. I think that in this particular moment in time, there is so much work to be done that maybe it's challenging. A challenge is to how to prioritize which reform goes first. Also, for example, in the privatization sector, as emphasized in the previous conversation, if a company is not ready, it's not ideal for the country to go on and go forward with this its privatization. So, from your own perspective, do you see how do you come up with a clear order of priority? The EBRD has worked in dozens of transition economies. Do you think that there are best practices that can be considered when it comes to try to structure this reform order of priority?
Well, I think here the three of us on this side, we should not preempt the new national development strategy that will be coming out quite soon, and it will actually talk about the priorities and so on. We should leave that to the President, I think, to announce in due course. But look, here are some things that I think should be early in the process. One is privatization. I think it's great that we've suddenly, since October 2020, suddenly started making progress, because I think we were all worried about the speed before that. So what has happened this year with Coca-Cola, of course, but also some other entities, has been very important. I have, from my own experience living through the UK privatization and also in EBRD, I always have 6 lessons for this. One, you need to be clear about your objectives. And yes, I agree with Deputy Prime Minister that actually it's the efficiency argument that must be top priority. It's nice to get the revenues, but when I was in the UK Treasury, certainly the top priority was actually to get the asset off the state's books and really try and get a private sector management and improvement that would come from that. So the efficiency argument, the market argument, top notch. Secondly, the sequencing of sectors. I think here we do need to ask about speeding up the banking sector privatization in Uzbekistan. In my experience in other transition economies, the sequencing that has worked best is when you do get the financial system to move towards the private sector, because it's the system that will actually allocate savings to investment in the most rational resource allocation way. So you do need the banking system to move quickly. Now, OTP is coming in, that's good, but I think we need to move faster with some of the other banking sector entities than we're currently doing. I think the third point, which is, I think, related to this, related to the revenue argument as well, is market value versus book value. I have heard so often in emerging markets, oh, it's not quite ready yet, the market conditions aren't quite ready, because the gap between market and book value is so great. the book value is it's a work of fiction, generally, because these entities have not been tested by the market, and the market value is what tells you. Now, in the case of Coca-Cola, it's a great success, because the market value is much higher than we actually thought it would be. So it's a great success. So don't be afraid of asking the market what the real value is. If you really want to privatize, don't believe the book value is the thing that you must aim. Yes, you can have a reserve price, but be realistic about that reserve price if you do that. I think corporate governance is fundamental to improving or closing the gap between book and market value. And Deputy Prime Minister mentioned the whole question of independent directors, IFRS, all that. Here, I would encourage the authorities in Uzbekistan to go faster on independent directors and at a higher level. I think 30% personally is too low. And I think in other countries they've gone for much higher levels, and they've gone for independent chairs of boards as well, not state-appointed chairs. And they've also gone for independent CEOs and management teams quite quickly. Certainly in the UK, that was done in the 80s to move the thing along very, very quickly indeed. Speed, you heard this morning about speed from Rothschilds, the importance of getting the process right. And one of the great things about the Coca-Cola privatization is the process, actually, because I think the government learned a lot, the market learned a lot through the process. But speed is important. I think you need to pick the right assets to move fast with. I think there are certainly some assets in the state hands which we could go even faster with. I mean, for example, this building that we're sitting in, the Hilton, and many other hotels in Tashkent, who's the owner? It's the Tashkent Hockey Mart. Now, that's quite surprising for many of us who come from other countries. So there are some state property assets, and I know we already have moved on some of those this year. There's more to do in that. So I think speed is important. And finally, and again, Uzbekistan is learning, it's very important for the government to develop the capacity in the Ministry of Finance and State Asset Management Company as well to manage those advisors as well and to have a diversity of advisors. Advisory capture is also a danger in certain privatization processes. So having a diversity of advisors, building the capability in the ministries to engage with advisors is very, very important as well. So I think Uzbekistan's on a learning journey here. I think the ministers involved, to my left and others, are very committed to this process, but there are plenty of lessons to learn from other places and other processes. Lastly, on privatization, I mean, this is something that Jamshed Kuchkarov and I debate, and I think we're in unity on this. Agriculture is going to be very, very important to this economy. I mean, it's now nearly 30% of GDP, 1/3 of the labor force, so it's a big part of the economy, and we have to get productivity in agriculture up further, and actually have to start exporting more finished products as well to other countries too, so to get that value added in Uzbekistan. So agriculture I'd place a huge premium on going forward. It's one of the country's trump cards, but it's not being played really in the full way it should be, I think, compared with other regional economies. And final point, I think it is about regionalism. I think what's happened in the last 4 or 5 years has been great since President Mirziyoyev opened up to the other economies in the region, with Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, others too, Kyrgyz Republic. This is really good news because together they constitute quite a sizable market, and that gets, I think, many foreign investors more excited when they can think about regionally. It's similar to the Western Balkans in that sense. If you just think about Albania or Montenegro, you're not so interested. But if you think about the Western Balkans as a region, you're suddenly much more interested. And that's why you need political stability and political relationships between these countries too. And that's building. So I think that's the other thing that I would put a lot of premium on going forward as well.
Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you. So that's fine. I totally agree with regards, for example, the agriculture sector. The sector is such a big contributor to the national GDP, and definitely there is big room for the country to add value to the cotton value chain, but also to go beyond the cotton, basically monoculture, because of its water intensity and any kind of environmental issues that it can raise. But let me move on to Mr. Bo Anderson. Is another one of those international managers that has been hired and attracted by the government or by state-owned companies to come in and bring his own international experience to the country and to the development specifically of Uzauto, which is the state-owned car manufacturer, and also sits at the heart of an automotive cluster that was really developed from scratch in the past 20 years, and is definitely a success case, even though of a state-driven economy rather than driven by private force, but definitely a success case of developing an industrial cluster from scratch. Mr. Bo Anderson, Uzauto also has a particular experience. It started off as a joint venture between the government of Uzbekistan and Korean Daewoo. Korean Daewoo then was replaced by General Motors, which eventually left the joint venture in 2019, and now the company is fully owned by the state. It's a counterintuitive that is part of this privatization narrative. But I understand that the company is again going through a transformation and is being prepared for future privatization, or at least like market to be ready to compete in a free domestic market. So do you want to tell us about your few months? You assumed office in August, if I'm not mistaken. Do you want to tell us about your few months at the helm of Uzauto, and where do you see the biggest room for transformation for the company to be able to compete in a future free domestic market economy?
Yes, Jacopo. I would like to try to answer 3 questions. First, how old is this industry? The automotive industry in Uzbek started in 1996, so we are a very young industry. But during this time, we have produced 3.6 million vehicles, and we are a full cycle producer. That means that we are stamping steel, we are welding steel, we are painting bodies, and we do full assembly. I've been in automotive most of my life. We employ roughly 12,000 people directly, but in automotive we have a formula that 1 job at the OEM gives another 4 jobs around: suppliers, dealers, services, financials. So in reality, this relatively small company, we are giving work to 50,000 people in Uzbek. And we heard this morning about value add. It's a very important piece. So that's the company. The second one, the market. So if we have 35 million people in Uzbekistan today, we only have 2.7 million vehicles, passenger cars. So that's 77 vehicles per 1,000 people. If we look to our neighbors, Kazakhstan has 208, Russia, a little bit larger neighbor, 383, and if you take in Germany, we are around 555. So there is a big demand in the market. And the third question is efficiency. So my boss, Shavkat Umasakov, the chairman, started the transformation together with the vice chairman, Aziz Sukorov, roughly 3.5 years ago. Where are we today? We are in the middle. We dramatically improved production capacity from 120,000 units to 300,000. Yesterday, I'm proud to say that we produced 1,100 vehicles. It's not that many companies that can produce 1,100 vehicles in one day. Secondly, as the Deputy Prime Minister have talked about, transparency. We are running our business on IFRS. We have modern ERM systems, and we are strengthening controls. We have change management, and we have zero tolerance on any type of non-compliance issues. So you can say, why does a guy like me go here? We have a lot to do. I have talked to customers, I've talked to dealers, I've talked to suppliers, and I've talked to the Deputy Prime Minister. I'm not a Superman, but they want me to give better quality of the products, new models, including electrical vehicles, better prices, and better availability. our shareholders want to have better efficiency, better productivity, and the only way to do that is to work with the management team and to create value. We need to create value for the customers, for the dealers, for the suppliers, for our employees and shareholders, and that is what we will do. I served 21 years in GM, and I visited 100 countries, and we had operations in 102. The two countries I didn't visit was South Africa and Uzbekistan because we didn't have any problems. However, I've seen a lot of problems during my first 30 days, and I also heard from the Deputy Minister that he has high expectations on me. I will do whatever it takes, and I'm here to give all the experience I have to our young team. Half of our team members are less than 35 years old. And what I've seen during my first 30 days, we don't have any problem we cannot fix.
Mr. Dayton, if I may.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Quite an ambitious endeavor you have ahead. Question, do you expect Uzbekistan to be looking for any private sector partner anytime soon?
It's not my responsibility. I'm here to produce vehicles every day, to bring the quality, to bring them to the market and have a right product portfolio. And I think that's a question for the government.
Okay, so thank you also for this question. Maybe we can put on the spot Finance Minister with this question right after Ms. Hela. But yes, let's say we have two more panelists, Ms. Hela Çekroğlu and also Finance Minister İşmetov. I also want to encourage people in the audience to share your questions. I will try to field to funnel to the panel as many questions as possible. Ms. Hela Çekroğlu, she is the IFC's regional vice president for Central Asia and the Middle East. Obviously, the IFC is the private sector arm of the World Bank. Ms. Hela, Uzbekistan is the first country beyond Africa to join the World Bank scaling solar program. And the IFC has been engineering the development of the country's first utility-scale solar plant developed by UAE Masdar, which came online just a few weeks back in August and is now providing green power to a grid that has been traditionally dominated by state-owned and fossil fuel generation. So how does this push for renewable energy investment can contribute to the development of a functioning energy sector and private sector as a whole?
Thank you, Jacopo. Yes, Uzbekistan has indeed an opportunity to embark on a green, resilient, and inclusive development path. Cutting back on the use of fossil fuels is not only good for the environment, it's also smart economics. And in Uzbekistan, moving to greener energy and also energy efficiency in the built environment and in the industrial environment can create jobs in the fields of energy, transport, industry, real estate. It can breed innovation and kickstart the economic growth. So it is possible to find that balance of transforming to a low carbon economy and at the same time continue to grow and create jobs. It's estimated, according to the United Nations, that going to a greener economy can create and pump 26 trillion globally in the economies of the world by 2030, compared to if you continue on the business as usual approach. And in terms of job creation, depending how we manage it globally in the world, we expect that there will be 65 million jobs created by moving to lower emissions and 42 million of them in the renewable industry alone. So as countries look how to stimulate their economies for a strong recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, it's a good opportunity to invest in clean energy and energy efficiency across the system. So Uzbekistan, we salute them for embracing this. This capitalizes on their historic opportunity to enhance energy security and competitiveness of the economy. Uzbekistan has committed to or aims to introduce up to 25% of its electricity generation in renewables by 2030, and has adopted in 2019 an ambitious broad reform plan with a three-pronged approach. In the electricity side, they unbundled the integrated system, they reformed the tariff, and they are working on attracting the private sector generation. So there is a good opportunity for countries to be part of this global move towards a net zero, which requires tripling of global energy investments according to the International Energy Agency. And in IFC, of course, accompanying countries and economies to address climate change is a priority. We have developed expertise since 2005 to create bankable and climate-related projects in a host of sectors, from agriculture, which was mentioned today, energy and infrastructure. It's important for adaptation to climate change to think how the agriculture of the future will be. We are working closely with the World Bank colleagues and the international financial institution partners to work on regulatory and policy reforms that enable greener growth. If you look at IFC as a whole, we did 3.3 billion worth of climate projects in the last fiscal year and mobilized an additional 3.5 billion from investors. So there is strong appetite by private sector to support this movement. In Uzbekistan in particular, as you mentioned, we are supporting the development of private sector support to introducing solar energy and other renewables. And we have signed a cooperation agreement with the government to generate investments in the chemical sector, where you can have also a lot of energy efficiency gains. We also, as part of our global endeavors for a resilient world, it's important to adopt sustainable production practices, water and energy efficiency. And I'm happy to say, when I was in Uzbekistan recently, I signed with the Minister of Finance, with Timur, the Uzprom Bank pre-privatization investment. This work that we are doing will help this lender become a commercial bank and ramp up, become a green bank. And as you know, having the financial sector, as Sir Suma mentioned, is the one that invests across the economy. So bringing good practices of climate finance in local banks, making banks systematically look for greener opportunities, whether resilient to climate change or less emissions. So we are looking forward to supporting the government to decarbonize the economy and promote the emergence of green technologies and initiatives that support countries' greater resilience in the face of uncertainty of a changing climate, as well as create jobs and stronger and more diversified economic growth.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Hela, for these comments. And obviously, this is sustainable development is even more vital, I guess, in a country known for its large endowment of gas resources, and I guess that this combination between gas-based load energy and future possible renewable energy generation is a good combination. As we came to know very well here in England, you will always need sooner or later some baseload generation, and so this is also a very interesting development. I know there is a Deputy Prime Minister wants to make a comment. If I can ask you to share your comment in a concise manner, so that we can also move on to your colleague, Mr. Ishmetov, that has been so patient so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Detani. Just a few words about GM. We are very happy with Mr. Anderson. And I would say that beginning 2019, GM Uzbekistan began a new stage in its business because up to 2019, GM were some kind of very prioritized, very much prioritized. No taxes, nothing. And in 2019, management of GM, Mr. Umar Zakif Shaukat, has discussed with me a long time that GM could not pay taxes, you know. It was a very tough discussion. And finally, we said you have to. And now it's good. And GM became, if I am not wrong, Mr. Ishmet would say if I am wrong, GM now among 15 taxpayers of the country. So about privatization, of course, this is business of government, and we are thinking about that. Mr. Detani, very soon we will make decision on GM. Thank you.
Understood, noted. Thank you also for these remarks and clarification on Uzavto and GM. Finance Minister Ishmetov, you have a chance to wrap up this first round of introduction of interventions. First of all, I would like to ask you, from your own perspective, what is the role of a privatization program from a budget, finance ministry perspective?
Thank you very much. Well, of course, privatization is the source of the revenue, but in the case of the Minister of Finance, the role of privatization is bigger than the source of the revenue. This is one of the best way of minimizing the potential fiscal risk from the state-owned enterprises. If you ask what kind of risks we have, and we have a very good experience, we have lots of SOEs in any type of the sector of economy. So we may have risk of receiving less than projected taxes or royalties or dividends from SOEs. So it's a shortfall of the revenues. Another risk is the extended burden on the budget. So we have some types of SOEs who receive some subsidies because they're operating at the specific cost. We may have expenses in terms of larger loans or guarantees on their debts. And we have a risk of the contingent liability to be realized if the sum of SOEs somehow cannot fulfill their obligation. Anyway, they will end up going to the stakeholder, to the government. And the third risk is the overall poor performance of the SOEs in the infrastructure sector can actually put a negative effect on the growth, right? If we do not have enough electricity, if we do not have proper roads, so if infrastructure does not play their role, they can actually have a very negative impact on the growth. That's why privatization is very important, not only as a one-time revenue, but for the many years to come, for the future, and it will help us to kind of have additional fiscal room for the government to be concentrated on their core functions, right? Like human capital development, like infrastructure, like security, etc. Thank you very much.
Okay, very clear. Thank you, Finance Minister. Also a question on I guess related to the whole and wider reform program, a question on your Eurobond program and initiative. I remember the first time I was in the country, probably 7 or 8 years ago, Uzbekistan didn't have a credit rating. And now it has already pulled off quite a number of international Eurobond issuances in US dollars and also in local currency. So do you want to give us an insight into what we can expect on that side of things and what is the strategy behind it?
Well, you are right. We a bit kind of young in terms of going to the capital markets. So far, we had 3 issuance of the Eurobonds. First one was in US dollars, but with each step, we are trying to open the new dimensions for us. So with the second Eurobond, we issued alongside with the US dollar, the local currency Eurobonds as well. It was quite successful. With the third issuance, we issued the first time local currency bond, SGD bonds. Now we have different options to think about what will be the next. But in general, obviously, we are in international capital markets for many, many years to come. We need to finance the deficit. But the thing is that we shouldn't expect probably too big numbers, because starting from the next year, we are planning to coming back to a normal budget deficit, while having last year and this year expansionary fiscal policies in many countries. Starting from the 2023, we are planning to go back to the normal deficit for about 2%, which means that the overall need to finance the deficit will be limited, will be under control. And we already have started to build up the debt management system. So if last year we, on the legal level, on the legislation level, put the ceiling of the external debt and telling to investors, to all communities, that in the long run, we always will keep our state debt at the level of 60% of the GDP. Then we started to put ceiling on the annual new borrowing. So currently it's about 5.5 billion US dollars. From the next year, it will be slightly lower maybe. So next step is we will have to introduce, according to our plans, by the end of this year, we have to introduce the fiscal rules, which will combine overall debt management and fiscal discipline, which means we will be in the market, obviously. We will try to look for the different maturities, for the different currencies, but we will keep in mind that we have to make sure that everybody sees, everybody understands that whatever we borrow, we will be able to repay at any given time. So to keep the prudent fiscal policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Ishmeto, and I believe these are particularly low numbers in the emerging, when it comes to fiscal deficit and public debt, when it comes to the emerging markets universe and also the developed markets universe, in particular following the COVID-19 crisis, which to some extent is testament to the fiscal discipline of the traditional fiscal discipline of the Uzbek government throughout the years. But now I think that we got more or less 15 more minutes. We have questions coming through from the audience. So let me address some of and redirect some of these questions to our panelists. I think that the first one is definitely for our guests from the Uzbek government. Are there any plans to attract foreign investors to the agriculture sector? My understanding is that any land in Uzbekistan, any agricultural land, has to be state-owned. Is there any perspective to change this state of things, and any plan to attract foreign investment into this particular sector? either Mr. Ishmetov or Mr. Kuchkarov.
Mr. Detone, agricultural sector reform is a crucial point for Uzbekistan economic growth, inclusive economic growth, and poverty reduction. From this point, I would say that we are interested to attract FDI, foreign investors, to that sector. We have already some of them, and they have leased agricultural land, among them Indorama. I don't remember, but a few thousand hectares of landmark they use. Next is Silver Leaf from United States, if I'm not wrong. It has also a couple of thousand hectares, but most important is that we are much interested to have foreign investors in greenhouses, in intensive gardens, and for logistics, for agricultural foods. So we are interested, we are welcoming, and we have a number of them from Turkey, from Holland, in greenhouse, in gardens. So again and again, we are welcoming them because we are interested not only in their fundings, but also in new technologies. Thank you.
Okay, and with regards to these new technologies, is there any strategy to diversify the agriculture sector away from cotton?
Yes, we have a strategy of reforming agricultural sector, which were prepared with World Bank, and in one of the priorities of the strategy is the liberalization of cotton and grain sector. For example, cotton prices already world prices. Grain prices for this year kept not regulated price due to pandemic, but now we are working with Minister of Agriculture to solve this issue by harvest of 2022. But we are very much keen and interested in horticultural sector, in horticulture. We have 500 million World Bank loan on the transformation of agricultural sector, and the mainstream of this project is the development of horticulture. Also, we have a number of projects with IFIs in livestock sector. So these two sectors, Mr. Detone, we consider very important because for private sector development, horticulture defined as one of the leading sector. Couple of years ago, IFC prepared a paper, research paper, where horticulture were number one priority for private sector itself, and of course for agricultural sector. And also when we are talking about horticulture and livestock, we are looking for food how to say, food security. Maybe food security is maybe too wide, but let's say inflation. Inflation, for example, for food is almost 14% by September in annual base. But non-food is less than 8. Service is less than 9%. So food is very important. And also we think fruits and vegetables from Uzbekistan could be exported to many countries. And some experts think that we could grow up export of fruits by $10 billion annually. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. I have another question, mostly for Sir Suma and Ms. Hela. The country of Uzbekistan has got a questionable track record across a number of ESG criteria and dimensions. We have already talked about governance. Obviously, sustainability is a new development, but has not been there for sustainability. This sensitivity to sustainable development is quite new in the country, and there have been also well-known social issues and human rights issues in the past. So, also considering the rise of ESG finance and this mounting wave of capital, pools of capital that are becoming more and more sensitive to across this spectrum of ESG dimensions and criteria. How necessary, I would say, is for Uzbekistan to continue improving its ESG profile to attract some of these pools of capital from abroad? Maybe Ms. Sorsuma, and then we go with Ms. Hila.
Thank you very much, Jacob. I can be very brief on this. It's absolutely vital that Uzbekistan focuses on ESG criteria. I mean, it's absolutely true that many of the strategic investors now in the West, from Europe, North America, their shareholders are totally focused on this. And they will not be allowed to invest in markets where ESG standards are not improving or where human rights are not improving, because those issues attach to the reputation of those companies. So, and that will then drive markets, and I mean, this is other emerging markets too, it will drive emerging markets to a much narrower base of potential sources of foreign investment, sources which don't care that much about these sort of issues. And that's not good. I think for any country, emerging market, any emerging market, it's good to have a very wide portfolio around the world. But increasingly, European, North American, and I'd say even East Asian investors are looking at ESG, human rights issues. A further thing that I think Uzbekistan and others in this region will have to factor in, I was sitting on the Monti Commission very recently in the WHO post-pandemic work, and it's increasingly evident that rating agencies, which were very slow to think about climate issues and how countries were tackling them before, but now factor them in when they start thinking about rating, they're going to start factoring in health as well, pandemic response preparedness in each country. So don't be surprised if Uzbekistan is also looked at by the rating agencies in the next 5 years. How is its health system prepared to engage in these things? So these are new issues that are coming up which impact on how foreign investors will be considering Uzbekistan, but also other emerging markets too. Uzbekistan is not alone in this. It will matter. Corruption standards, things like that. You know, all of these things will matter. Basically, the economy of a country will matter more and more for the decisions of investors. And I think the President does this very well here. We talk about it very openly. And he's very determined to do something about it, to give Uzbekistan an edge, to keep improving. Compare the country now with, you know, pre-December 2016, it's a completely different country. It's really changed for the better in all of these things. But it has to keep making this progress, because Uzbekistan will be competing with other emerging markets for foreign investment. So they'll get compared with others. So always keep ahead of the game on these issues as well, ESG, human rights, corruption, all these sorts of issues as well. It's very important.
Thank you, Sir Sumo. Ms. Hela, any thoughts?
Thank you. I think there is a very strong alignment between adopting systematically good environmental, social, and governance practices and the leadership of Uzbekistan's priority, which is to bring the country to the higher middle income country status and to achieve prosperity and employment for all. So we are seeking to be integrated in the global value chains and to be attracting the responsible, high-quality investors. It's important that we are systematically looking for a positive or well-managed environmental footprint of our investments, making sure that our investments are well engaged with the local communities so that the social aspect is taking into consideration the priorities of the public. Ultimately, they know what's better for their country or for their community. And finally, good governance is essential for the confidence, whether by an international or a local investor, or when we're attracting diaspora savings. It's important to have positive environmental, social, and governance practices. And as Sir Suma mentioned, this is a top priority for asset managers, those managing the big savings of pension systems and insurance systems. Their base, the shareholders, but also the participants, are looking more carefully whether their savings are going to contribute to positive environmental, social, and governance practices, avoiding forced labor, avoiding child labor, making sure that we are not contributing to unnecessary harmful environmental impacts, and making sure that the money is going transparently with good governance practices. So I think there is very, very good alignment between the commitment of the Uzbek leadership to opening the economy and modernizing and transforming it, and this global, persistent and growing wave of understanding that we live together on a planet that needs to be good for its people and for we need to preserve it. So and that good governance is the base of everything. And I think IFC on our side are seeing great collaboration and will continue to be there to provide the services of advisory or investment or both that can bring the right type of investment and the right type of practices that will attract additional and sustainable investments.
Thank you, Ms. Hela, also for this answer. We have time for a very last question, and I would like to go back to Professor Richard. Thank you also for your patience. Can Uzbekistan learn anything from the economic trajectories and economic history of its neighbors?
That's a big question, Jacopo. And one thing I've learned from listening to what's happening is we've talked about a prioritization of agriculture, for example, and that is that the reforms are interconnected. There's an obvious market for fruit and vegetables from Uzbekistan going to Siberia, obvious on geographic climate reasons, but it has to pass through Kazakhstan. You have to have good relations with the neighbor to make sure there are no delays crossing the border into Kazakhstan, transiting Kazakhstan, getting to Russia. And I think one of the lessons to learn is that we talk about things in isolation, like privatization, like fiscal policy, but a reform package really needs to recognize these interdependencies, that you can reform agriculture, you can reform land ownership, but as long as you don't have good relations and good trade opportunities for transiting your neighbors, that probably will have little impact. So that is the thing that I think we can learn from Kyrgyzstan, from Kazakhstan, is this importance of having a fairly holistic approach to reforms.
Okay, thank you also for this answer, Professor Richard. I think that this is really it. I would like again to take the opportunity to thank our guests, Deputy Prime Minister Jasmir Kuchkarov, Finance Minister Timur Ishmetov, Ms. Ela Chekruhu from the IFC, Sir Suma Chakrabarti, Mr. Bo Anderson, and Professor Richard Pomfret. It's been really an insightful discussion. I would have so many things to share as closing remarks from everything that has been discussed. But I would just like to give some extra context. I think that when it comes to the reform process of Uzbekistan, we cannot forget the country has been under the Soviet Union for 67 years, if I'm not mistaken, and then another 25 years of quite intense isolation. So overall, we are looking at over 90 years of unquestioned state interventionism, which naturally means any reform process in the direction of free market reforms, privatization is going to take time, not just because of the technical steps, but it takes time to gather the talent and also to change maybe habits and culture. But certainly what has unfolded before our eyes since the rise to power of President Mirziyoyev has been surprising to many, positively surprising to many, and I'm looking forward to seeing what is going to happen in the next government term. There are elections coming up in October, and I think that I would just hope that the next 5 years will be as eventful as this last 5. That's really it from my end. So thanks everyone joining from Tashkent live, joining digitally on our platform. Thanks again to our speakers, and until the next time.
Xonimlar va janoblar, aziz mehmonlar, yana sanoqli daqiqalardan so'ng imzolash marosimi boshlanadi. Undan avval esa biz 5 daqiqalik tanaffus e'lon qilamiz. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, now there will be a 5-minute break before we start the signing ceremony.
Do you know, Jordan, whether... Oh, it's still... It's...
Xonimlar va janoblar, aynan o'z joylaringizda qolishingizni iltimos qilamiz. 5 daqiqadan so'ng juda ham bir muhim bo'lgan voqea imzolash marosimini boshlaymiz. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please keep seated. In few minutes, after 5-minute break, we'll start the signing ceremony. So don't leave this hall. Please keep seated. In 5 minutes, we'll start the signing ceremony. Дорогие друзья, уважаемые гости, мы благодарим вас за терпение и хотим сказать, что уже через считанные минуты мы начнем церемонию подписания. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we would like to thank you for your patience. In a few minutes, we will start the signing ceremony. Thank you very much. Attention please, ladies and gentlemen. We kindly ask you to take your seats. We are going to start the signing ceremony. Please take your seats. Aziz mehmonlar, barchangizdan o'z joylaringizni egallab olishingizni iltimos qilamiz. Muhim hujjatlarni imzolash marosimini boshlash arafasidamiz. Hurmatli ommaviy axborot vositalari xodimlari, agarda tayyor bo'lsangiz, biz boshlash arafasidamiz. The representatives of mass media, if you are ready, we are about to start the ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Xonimlar va janoblar, barchangizdan o'z joylaringizni egallab olishingizni iltimos qilamiz. Yana bir marotaba assalomu alaykum muhtaram xonimlar va janoblar.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you. We welcome you to the sunny Uzbekistan, and we are very happy. With your permission, we are going to start the ceremony of signature.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we express our great gratitude and pleasure to see you all in the sunny land of Uzbekistan. And now we are approaching the most exciting moments of our forum. With your permission, we will begin the signing ceremony of important documents that will serve for the development of the economy of our country. And now all your attention to the screen, please. Xonimlar va janoblar, diqqat e'tiboringizni ekranga qaratamiz. Demak, qadrli ishtirokchilar, iqtisodiy sohadagi hamkorlikni rivojlantirish hamda investitsiya dasturini shakllantirish to'g'risida kelishuvni imzolash uchun sahnaga O'zbekiston Respublikasi Bosh vaziri o'rinbosari, iqtisodiy taraqqiyot va kambag'allikni qisqartirish vaziri Jamshid Qo'chqorov hamda Coca-Cola ichimlik kuzatuv kengashi raisi Tunjay Ozilxan taklif etiladi. Ladies and gentlemen, to sign the agreement on the development of economic cooperation and formation of investment program, we would like to invite on stage His Excellency Jamshid Qo'chqorov, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Minister of Economic Development and Poverty Reduction, and His Excellency Excellency Tunjay Ozilkhan, Chairman of the Supervisory Board, Coca-Cola HHC. Shuningdek, Davlat aktivlarini boshqarish agentligi va Coca-Cola HHC bilan davlat aksiyalarini topshirish aktini imzolash uchun sahnaga Coca-Cola HHC boshqaruv raisi Burak Basharir hamda davlat aktivlarini boshqarish agentligi direktori Akmalxon Ortiqov taklif etiladi. To proceed to the signing of the State Shares Transfer Act between the State Asset Management Agency and Coca-Cola HHC, we would like to invite on stage Coca-Cola HHC, the board chairman, and Burak Basharir, and head of the State Asset Management Agency of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Akmalxon Ortiqov. Shuningdek, ushbu bitimda ishtirok etgan konsultantlarni ham sahnaga taklif etamiz. We also would like to invite on stage consultants involved in this transaction on the stage. Demak, azizlar, juda ham muhim daqiqalar iqtisodiy sohadagi hamkorlikni rivojlantirish hamda investitsiya dasturini shakllantirish to'g'risidagi kelishuv hamda va Coca-Cola HHC bilan davlat aksiyalarini topshirish aktini imzolanishiga birgalikda guvoh bo'lyapmiz. Ladies and gentlemen, the agreement on the development of economic cooperation and formation of investment program has been signed. And also the signing of the State Shares Transfer Act. Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to the chairman of the Supervisory Board, Coca-Cola HHC, Tunjay Ozilkhan. Aziz mehmonlar, muhtaram xonimlar va janoblar, mamnuniyat ila so'z Coca-Cola HHC kuzatuv kengashi raisi Tunjay Ozilkhanga beriladi.
His Excellency Jamshid Kushkarov, His Excellency Timur Ismetov, Mr. Omonulo Nasreddin Hojayev, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor for me to be here with you at this historical occasion of the signing ceremony to mark the landmark privatization of LCC Coca-Cola Bottlers Uzbekistan. We are proud to take a new step that will enrich and deepen the relations between Uzbekistan and Turkey, two sibling countries with strong historical and cultural ties. Under the invaluable leadership of the State Asset Management Agency of the Republic of Uzbekistan, the privatization process of Coca-Cola Bottler Uzbekistan has been completed successfully and will be recognized as an outstanding example. I would like to share our deepest gratitude to His Excellency Prime Minister Abdullah Aripov and Deputy Prime Minister Jamshid Kushkarov, all the Uzbek authorities and those who contributed for the harmonious and productive cooperation during this process. Our decision of investing in Uzbekistan roots in our confidence to potential of this country. With the country's solid economic growth momentum, as well as its young and growing population, we believe that new Uzbekistan has a very bright future. Anadolu Group has a strong history of investment in Central Asia. We always always believed in the region potential. The results of each of our investment decisions always prove the rationality of our confidence. As Anadolu Group, we wish to continue our investment to create employment for the Uzbek people and add value to the country's economy. Coca-Cola İçecek, CCI, is one of the key bottlers in the Coca-Cola system. It offers a wide range of beverage to a consumer base of 400 million people and operates 26 state-of-art plants with 8,500 employees in 10 countries, including Turkey, Middle East, Central Asia, and Pakistan. Building up a strong industrial presence in the region, CCI employs 1,600 people in 6 factories in the Caucasus and Central Asia. However, until today, we were not whole. Uzbekistan has long been the missing jewel in the crown in Central Asia for CCI. Therefore, today is a historic moment for us to expand our footprint and strengthen our position in the region. We aim to support the growth of the soft drink industry in Uzbekistan market and create value for both the country's economy and CCI. Our proven regional expertise and knowledge in emerging and leading markets will support CCBU's continuous growth in the future. Relying on Uzbekistan's hospitable, friendly, hardworking people, trusting the country's talented workforce, and promising young generation, we are proud to become a part of this fascinating rich culture and contribute to Uzbekistan's third renaissance. Once again, I would like to thank the Deputy Prime Minister honoring us with the presence here in this forum. We are confident that today will remain as the beginning of fruitful relationship and assurance of trust in Uzbekistan's bright future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ozilhan. Thank you, Mr. Kochkarov. Thank you, Mr. Bashari. Thank you, Mr. Artikov. We would like to congratulate you all on the signing of these important documents. Thank you very much. And now we're going to proceed with our next signing ceremony. Demak, aziz mehmonlar, biz navbatdagi hujjatlarni imzolash marosimiga o'tamiz, lekin undan avval esa yana bir marotaba diqqat e'tiboringizni ekranlarga qaratish niyatidamiz. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, now we are going to proceed with the next signing ceremony, and once again I would like to draw your attention to the screen.
This is an historic moment. Never has humanity's future been so closely entwined with environmental concerns. Our climate is changing. Natural resources are running out. Biodiversity is collapsing. Our house is on fire. We all know it. Everyone is talking about it. Now we must act. Practical, high-impact solutions already exist. Now more than ever, we need industrial players to accelerate their deployment. But other problems remain to be solved. We must do all we can to invent the solutions of tomorrow. To reconcile the environment and human development, we must make decisive, difficult and structuring choices. That is why Veolia aspires to a larger, higher, more challenging ambition, ecological transformation. Ecological transformation means genuinely adapting our patterns of production and consumption. It means placing ecology at the heart of every process, every assessment, every decision. It means developing radical, meaningful solutions to meet humanity's existential challenges. Decarbonizing industry to combat climate warming, promoting the circular economy to combat resource depletion, decontaminating the air, water and soil. None of this would be possible without the coordinated action of all our stakeholders. We are committed to delivering a multifaceted performance, and convinced that economic, social and environmental concerns must form an indivisible whole. Decontaminating, sanitizing, purifying, recycling, recovering, conserving, and facilitating access to resources, Veolia has always worked to create solutions capable of building a better, more sustainable future for all. Today, we want to become the benchmark company for ecological transformation. Our ambition is huge, but so is our determination. Ecological transformation, that is our purpose.
Demak, O'zbekiston Respublikasi Moliya vazirligi hamda Veolia Energy Tashkent o'rtasida davlat tomonidan qo'llab-quvvatlash haqida bitimning imzolanishi uchun sahnaga Veolia Central Eastern Europe bosh ijrochi direktori Filip Gitar hamda O'zbekiston Respublikasi Moliya vaziri Timur Ishmetov taklif etiladi. To sign the government support agreement between the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Uzbekistan and Veolia Energy Tashkent, we would like to invite on stage Filip Gitar, Chief Executive Officer of Veolia Central Eastern Europe, and Minister of Finance of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Timur Ishmetov. Shuningdek, Toshkent shahar hokimiyati va Veolia Energy Tashkent o'rtasida davlat xususiy sheriklik to'g'risidagi bitimni imzolash uchun sahnaga Veolia Central and Eastern Europe bosh ijrochi direktori o'rinbosari Malika Genduri va Toshkent shahar hokimining birinchi o'rinbosari Baxtiyor Rahmonov taklif etiladi. To proceed to the signing ceremony of the public-private partnership agreement between the Toshkent City Administration and Veolia Environment, we would like to invite on stage Veolia's Deputy Executive Vice President for Central and Eastern Europe, Malika Genduri, and the first Deputy Mayor of Toshkent City, Baxtiyor Rahmonov. Shuningdek, ushbu bitimda ishtirok etgan konsultantlarni ham sahnaga taklif etamiz. We also would like to invite on stage consultants involved in this transaction on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we all have just seen the signing, the government support agreement between the Minister of Finance and Veolia Energy Tashkent, and also the signing ceremony of the public-private partnership agreement between the Toshkent City Administration and Veolia Environment. Congratulations. And now the floor is given to Mr. Filip Gitar, Chief Executive Officer of Veolia Central Eastern Europe.
Bonsoir, mesdames et messieurs. Merci de votre invitation. I will switch off in English despite the Brexit. But I hope next time when I will come back, we will be able to speak in Europe in French. I would like to express to you my pleasure to be with you, and I would like to start to thank all the officials, starting the Vice Prime Minister Kushkarov, and the Ministry of Finance, which I had the chance to sign with. Today it's not a signature, it's a part of the history. Some people in Uzbekistan had the courage, the proudness to sign the first private partnership. Today, in the country of Uzbekistan, some people dare to change with a private partner in transparency, in efficiency, and with the goal to improve the current situation for the final population to go for another steps. So I would like to say thank you for the people with the courage, the wish, and I would like to say to the Vice Minister, to the ministers, to all the advisors, you have been part of a story of 30 years, we're just starting now, but we show that when there is a wish, there is a way. Spasiba bolshoi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tom. Thank you very much, Mr. Shmetov. Thank you very much, Mrs. Sinduri. Thank you very much, Mr. Rahmanov. Aziz mehmonlar, muhtaram xonimlar va janoblar, bizda yana bir imzolash marosimi qoldi. Demak, uni ham hozir guvohligingizda o'tkazib olamiz. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have the last signing ceremony for today. But before, once again, I would like to draw your attention to the screen. Aziz mehmonlar, demak, navbatdagi imzolash marosimiga o'tishdan avval yana bir marotaba barchani diqqat e'tiborini ekranga qaratamiz.
Our passion inspires our work.
Fizikai abban segített, hogy nem feladni, hanem megoldani.
Переплет книг — это та же проектная работа. Понимать саму идею. Ты должен нарисовать план.
Коли ти в горах один, це велика проблема, тому що на роботі ми також одна команда.
Armonia este importantă atât în modă, cât și în bani.
Внимание към детайла, огромно значение.
Marljivost u radu koja se posvećuje u radu sa autom.
U klapi je potrebno slušati članice oko sebe, njihovu dinamiku, njihovu tempo, isto tako i u poslu treba se prilagoditi različitim karakterima ljudi.
We are constantly progressing to provide more to our clients. This is who we are. We are together, the power of OTP Group.
Demak, mehmonlar, marosimimizni davom ettiramiz va O'zbekiston Respublikasi Moliya vazirligi hamda OTP Bank PLC o'rtasida ipoteka bankini sotib olish bo'yicha kelishuv memorandumini imzolash uchun sahnaga OTP Bank boshqaruv raisi o'rinbosari Laslo Wolf, boshqaruv direktori Gabr Kollej hamda O'zbekiston Respublikasi Moliya vaziri Timur Ishmetov taklif etiladi. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to sign the memorandum of agreement on the acquisition of Ipoteka Bank between OTP Bank PLC and the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Uzbekistan, we would like to invite on stage the chairman of the OTP Bank, Laslo Wolf, managing director, Gabr Kollej, and the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Timur Ishmetov. Shuningdek, ushbu bitimda ishtirok etgan konsultantlarni ham sahnamizga taklif etamiz. We also would like to invite the consultants involved in this transaction on the stage. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. The memorandum of agreement on the acquisition of Protected between OTP Bank PLC and the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Uzbekistan has just been signed. And now the floor is given to the chairman of the OTP Bank, Mr. Laslovov.
Thank you very much. Dear Mr. Kuchkarov, dear Mr. Ishmetov, and dear Mr. Nasruddin Hojayev, and dear distinguished guests. It's a great honor for us, for OTP colleagues, that we can be here in this, I can say, economic, historical moments of Uzbekistan. These are the moments when privatization takes a momentum and practically will start the real privatization of the country. We hope to sign the final SPA soon because we look forward to be here and work with Uzbek clients as soon as possible. What has brought us here? Why have we come to Uzbekistan? OTP is present in 11 countries presently, only in East Europe. We are the leading or one of the leading banks in the region, serving about 16, 17 million clients. And now this is the first historical step also in OTP that we come to Asia, about, I can say, almost 5,000 kilometers from Budapest. What has brought us here? Why have we come here and just Uzbekistan? We realized the open economic and market-friendly policy of the leaders of Uzbekistan, and we appreciate highly this open economic policy. Of course, we appreciate high economic growth and growth of the population. This is also, the economic growth is the result of the success of the economic policy. And it's also worth mentioning there's a very good and friendly and great friendly relationship between the political leaders of Hungary and Uzbekistan. There was even the Prime Minister visiting Uzbekistan not long ago. So we look forward a lot to servicing Uzbek clients and to work with Uzbek clients and to work for the Uzbek clients, servicing them with modern, hopefully they will like it, digital services, modern financing scheme, financing new investments, what we see in the countries. And I hope this cooperation will be mutually beneficial for both parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wolf. Thank you very much, Mr. Polic, Mr. Ishmetov. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the first day program of the Uzbekistan International Economic Forum has come to its end. We would like to thank you for your active participation, and we will wait for you tomorrow. There will be more interesting discussions and more important signing ceremonies, and we hope that the first International Economic Forum, which is being held on the motto New Uzbekistan, New Opportunities, will serve for the further economic development of our country. Thank you very much for your attention, and see you tomorrow.